All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Clear my mind and my soul. Gave me a new man. Oh, made me whole. I'll rise up. I'll be a new light. I am awakened. I am awakened.
Jasher.
All these lies and delusions wake me up, show me a new dawn. Open your eyes, bright children of light. I am awakened, I am awakened. Israelite's journey.
Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom, Israel. Shabbat shalom. I hope everybody's doing well today. It's your brother Banya here today. We're going to be doing the build with the elder DIONTOLI. Shalom and blessings, elder. How you doing today?
Shalom, Brother Banya. It's a pleasure to be here. Pleasure is all mine.
Oh, pleasure
You hear
to have
me?
you, brother.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Now I'm wondering, how do we get to my screen here? And we could begin. I'd like to begin.
Yeah,
Especially since I've held you up for 6 minutes.
it's no problem, brother. I'm young, man. We running off of pea and vinegar, bro. We good.
Yeah, I hear that, brother. I hear that, man.
Good job.
And so what do I just click on where it says has my screen in there?
Yeah, we got your screen. Just a second before we start up. I wanted to get everybody familiar with
Okay,
it.
sure. My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Give everybody a little bit of your background, brother. We jumping right in. I want to give everybody a chance to know who you are.
Well, I ain't nobody special. I'm just a brother that I consider myself one of the hidden ones. I've been studying since I was 16 years old. I'm 58 now. I became officially a believer in terms of the Hebrew Israelite narrative and accepted my birthright and my heritage. I began that journey around 2001 after the September 11th conspiracy. But that's another discussion. But at any rate, I started searching the scriptures, and I found some me and a friend of mine, and you guys know him very well, Brother Jasher. I know him as Al Berry. We started searching the scriptures for some extra information to give us a little bit of an idea of the times we were living in. Things were starting to get hairy. So Albert or Yashadik, he started presenting some books that were kept out of the Bible. So long story short, as I started reading these books, I started to become aware of just how much our people have been lied to, stolen from, and just basically their heritage being robbed from them. And I've been married going 33 years now. And so I'm one of those guys to where I never belonged to a camp. Basically, me and the Ruach, you know what I mean, and the other guys that I've, internet friendships, really was big on G plus back before they shut it down. So that's really where a lot of my work was applied to. I attribute this war on wokeness to G plus because of the work that was being done on there, and the awakening where they actually get the term woke from is when people will realize that we were the Israelites of the Bible. And so other than that, I don't know where else to begin. I got a hell of a story, and I know that you guys, you know what I mean, don't have time for that. I would.
Oh, brother, we got all the time you need, brother.
Other than that, you know what I mean. I this is new to me as far as giving little bios and stuff. I'll answer some questions or anything like that as far as my personal background or other than that. But I don't know where to begin. I have such a vast background. I wouldn't know where to begin.
What is that G plus? What's that?
G plus was Google plus.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, that was Google plus. That's where they had the platform where you could come on there, had your own personal page, almost similar to what they have now, but it was text and videos. It was like Facebook, but it was Google's version, and it was applied to any kind of community that you could think of, for anywhere from politics to news to horticulture. And what was different about that is that each community, what you were able to transfer, or they would take works or posts from say a horticulture community and a history community, and they'll put it on the politics. So people from all communities were able to view content from other communities, and it made it more to where it became a global platform. And we were, becoming friends with people in Africa and in England. I met a lot of friends, black brothers from England and everything. So it became an awakening that they just couldn't risk, because we were starting to communicate, and it was starting to become a dialogue between us across the world, and I think it became a threat. Personally, I had over 2.5 million views on my channel.
Wow. That's like some serious networking right there.
Oh, it was, and it was on from my recollection until they shut it down in 2019, 2014 to 2019. So it was a pretty big platform. And being the biggest tech company in the world, there was no way that they were going to believe me, that they were telling everybody that it wasn't producing enough income or profit for them to maintain it. And I was like, that was just, you knew that was a lie, because it was the biggest platform in the world. Everybody was, after where most of the business, it's kind of transferred from there to Amazon after that. They were in the driver's seat as far as online commerce and trade and networking and whatnot. So it was, I attribute that wholly to the Hebrew Israelite community. That's where the camps became visible, and it was like, we were becoming a pain. We had took over the platform. It was nuts. But at any rate, it's a pleasure to be with you, brothers. We got too big for them, D. Yeah, I see you, Josh. Shalom, brother. Yeah, that was a brother that started he grew up in the same town as I, so we know each other on a personal basis. But other than that, for me to grow up with a brother and as adults carry that into this awakening has been one of the treasures of my life. You know what I mean? Having a brother to take the journey with. You know what I mean? And so it's a real pleasure to have him along for this ride as well. And I tell you, we've learned a lot of things along the way. You know, we were in Christianity together.
And I really admire that.
For me,
I admire that because I don't really have anybody who I grew up with who believes the same thing as me, and to fellowship. You know, I got a lot of opposition as far as the people that I've grown up with in my family. And I know you might have faced some similar things. Do you have any background on that, or anything you can say?
As far as growing up with friends and that,
as far as opposition, you know, I know when you get this type of information, you want to share it with your people, and it's not always. They don't usually, you know, they don't always receive it the way you did. You know,
right. Hey, I'm gonna tell you, brother. It wasn't always that way. You know what I mean? I could say with regret, you know, but no regrets as far as what I stood on, but regret that I lost a lot of friendships. You know, I think it even rattled and complicated a lot of relationships in my family, my blood. So, and what I mean by that is when I came to this truth, you know, how any gospel, you know what I mean? If you're going by definition, it's good news. So you go sharing it to people, particularly your family. And I was mentored by my older brother, and he was a minister. And I tell you, you know, I'm the youngest of 4 brothers, and all of them were in the ministry in some capacity. And I could say that when I came with with my truth and saying, you know, I just discovered something that's in the scriptures, but it's been hiding in plain sight, and you start to showing folks how, you know, that without revelation and, you know, through Christianity, you know, we have this notion that we are walking with the Holy Spirit, and you come to find out that you walking with a spirit, but it ain't his, and it ain't the Ruach. And you start to see that a lot of people were holding on to not just doctrines, but a belief system that was antithetical to the scriptures. You know, so I think that when I started coming to my family whose roots in Christianity, you know, it rattled them. It's like, you know, it's almost like when I was growing up, I remember this sort of a movement that was going around called the 5 Percenters. It was a spinoff of the Muslims and or the Nation of Islam, I should say. And these guys were considering themselves the 5% of the black population who were the awakened. And they were saying things like Yaqub was you're probably familiar with this. It's an old New York religion.
Scientists and
and they would, but the notion that Yaqub was the white man, and he grafted, or he was a black man who grafted the white man, and how ridiculous that was, and it was almost like they received my message of us being the Hebrew Israelites almost with that same kind of, you know, contempt. And because that's the way I received that message. That message was ridiculous. It was repulsive, abhorrent to me, to assume that we were black men and we were gods, and that all of this that we did and all of our plight and all of this was somehow to be carried as some kind of badge of honor. And it was just really retarded. You know what I mean? So, but at the end of the day, talking to my brothers and trying to share with them this truth, you know, it takes a lot of work and a lot of patience. And I had to endure some ridicule. You know, a lot of people just look at you like, you know, you fell off the wagon, and there's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. My family didn't think I had it all in the first place because I did a lot of stuff growing up that wasn't too conducive of a righteous person.
Right.
But I found that 5% movement. I found it strange because I would really like to know what their definition of a god was in the first place because they felt like we were gods, and I was like, well, what does that mean to you? We when we talk about God or when I talk about God, I'm talking about all powerful, all knowing, all omnipotent, so
Absolutely.
when you
A creator.
say we're gods, then then who are these people over us then?
That's right.
You know?
And it was absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
And I'm reading something on the screen, and I would like to address that. I hear what the brother saying. He says, whatever was before 2014, when I came to true knowledge, was folly and of no profit. I beg to differ, my brother. There is, and just because it wasn't out in the mainstream or you didn't have access to that information, that does not mean that it was folly. You got to remember, whatever information that we have today is information that we're receiving thousands of years after the fact. So it's when the Most High allowed the awakening to come into effect, and that awakening came into effect, I believe, around 2000, around the part when America started to feel her vulnerability as a nation. And the people who were seeking the Most High, particularly if you were in Christianity, it rattled you because it told you all of the things that you believed about America. It brought to the reality that it wasn't true, that we weren't impervious to attacks and were above some kind of judgment. And even though it wasn't a major calamity, it was a calamity that rocked the soul because you were thinking that you were above. America was thinking they were above all that. And just the attack of bringing down America's symbol of power, those two towers, which is always throughout antiquity, has always been almost like the way nations display their power was through their towers and their high buildings. You know what I mean? And even in the scriptures with it, we had it to where we had the high groves in Israel. I mean, these were things that we did that sort of, it's sort of a way to almost like getting back to the loftiness of you know what I mean, being in right standing with the Most High as Israel was, but they were going a different route in I would say in rebellion, and as far as the enemy, they were doing it as a challenge to the Most High's power.
So
But
so
at any rate,
it's kind of like the information hasn't changed. It's just the access to the information. That's been around. Now we have access to that same information that others had. Like a lot of times when we look to just shout out a couple of brothers like Tell Ministry and Dante Force, and a lot of the information that they read, on Sephardic Jews and Israelites that were scattered abroad. These are this is information that's come out in the 1600s and things like that they were writing about our people and Israelites being of a dark hue and and prophecies that would pertain to us that we didn't have access to it in our curriculum growing up but
absolutely,
I'm sure there were circles that did have access to it, but just because of our upbringing and some of the things that we were exposed to, we had never thought to that level that we could even be those people of the book.
Well, see, I kind of think it's a seasonal thing as well. It was a thing to where this, in terms of the closing out of this age, the Most High told us, or the Messiah prophesied directly, that as the days of Noah were, so will it be in the coming of the Son of Man. And what I mean by that was, in the days of Noah, when you read in Genesis, it talks about the whole earth being of one language and one tongue. And through the internet, we have almost recaptured that state. And that's why I said how effective Google Plus was, because you have, programs, particularly at that time, to where I could put a caption with text in English, and in his native language, it would already translate to where we were all globally speaking the same language, no matter what country you went to. It would automatically, and G Plus was using that algorithm at the time, and it was awesome. And that, to me, and that globalization, where people are sharing ideas and people are sharing information and people are coming from different schools of thought, and they start bringing all of these things together. And that's what I think, that globalization is what started this awakening, because that's what it is. Unified. It's just the same kind of effect that it had as it did in the days of the Tower of Babel, to where that unification and them being of one language and one tongue, they were able to collectively build that tower that reached to the heavens.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's an understanding that, you know what I mean? That's why this globalization is a two-edged sword to them. Because it's like,
progress and the destruction.
That's exactly right. It could be great for merchants and profit and you know what I mean, and political geography, but terrible for if they planned on keeping us in the dark. You know what I mean?
The Sister Wise Society had a question here, or she had a statement. I would like to get your outlook on that. She says, yesterday I heard someone say Black folks are trying to choose any identity other than African. So saying Native or Hebrew is another way of rejecting African identity, lost without a shepherd.
Deep.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
When people say African, what do they think? When people say, because I don't think people really understand how big Africa is and what that encompasses when they say that. We're not trying to be African. That's a modern day term. Are we rejecting that we come from that area? Because when we talk about what that continent is connected to, it's connected to the land that they call Israel today. So we're not rejecting our ancestry from that particular geographical area, and we're certainly not trying to say that we're white. So I don't know if people really understand when they say stuff like that. That we're trying to reject being African.
Right. Knowing that where else are we going to go when Babylon is destroyed? Where you gonna go? We came from Africa. The slave trade was conducted from West Africa. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that. If anybody was to get their DNA checked today and did a genealogical analysis of their blood, 80 to 90% of us come from West Africa.
Exactly.
Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, etc. So you can't get away from that. But where I think the problem lies is the fact that when it comes to, let's just go by the narrative. The narrative, the scriptural narrative is that Judah, he would be scattered around the world as per the Messiah. That we would leave and we would be carried out of Jerusalem, where we'll be scattered through the ends of the earth as bondmen and bondwomen. So if the other tribes are still left in Africa, you'll see, particularly if you read books like the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, where their fathers, Naphtali and Reuben and etc., they were admonishing their posterity in their testimonies, because each one of the 12 sons have a testimony in that compilation of testimonies they call the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs. Well, they admonished their sons that Judah is the brother that all of y'all are going to come against in the last days.
Mm.
And this being written in the days of their lives, which meant you're talking going back 4,000, 5,000 years. And you can only say that came into effect scripturally in the days of the division of the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think the problem lies from that rival. That's why the Most High makes it such a big deal to make Ephraim and Judah one stick in his hand.
Mm.
Because right now we're still carrying the vestiges of that
enmity.
Yeah, that enmity between brothers.
Yeah.
And you got to remember, the Most High hated that.
Yeah.
The fact that we were warring against each other. I think that was the straw that actually broke it to where we were going into captivity, because we had pretty much conquered all of the other nations, and they were paying tribute to us on a daily basis since the days of David.
Mm.
But when we started fighting and going to war with Ephraim as Judah, and basically because of Ephraim, because you got to remember, Ephraim had made alliances with Edom.
Mm-hmm.
And that right there was the fuel that had that rivalry continue up until the Most High shut it down.
Mm.
But that's where I think the roots of it is. The roots of it lies in that rival between Judah and Ephraim. And that's the reason why if you see videos, which I saw recently, where there's actually there's people in Africa, this brother that I know called Go Black to Africa, and he did a little tour there recently, all over the nations, as much as the 52 nations of Africa that he could visit. He visited all of these countries, and I tell you, he was talking to some of them on the street, and they were saying, like, black Americans aren't our brethren. And they became American now, and they're no longer African; they're American. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, I was like, wow, that's terrible, considering, what compassion and you know what I mean? It's some kind of empathy that they should have for us, knowing our story, knowing that of all of the afflictions around the world, the Americans was probably the most egregious. The American.
I kind of teeter within that, and I say sometimes, and it depends on different circumstances, that when someone shows you who they are, believe them.
Yes.
And because the question remains is why such animosity towards us, and why do you feel that need to tell us that we don't belong around you? At the same time, like we could talk about how we got over here in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were you involved in that? Were your forefathers involved in the shipment and sale of our people over here? And if so, what gives you the right to tell us where we belong in the first place anyway? Why don't you sit down and
and that's true. That's true. And you know what? I kind of have a little issue also with the narrative that they had, that we were sold as slaves by rival tribes into slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And they were basically brokers to the Europeans in the slave trade for the for the Yehudi, or
Mm-hmm.
the conquered tribes, which infers that all of these other tribes, which would have been pagan, had conquered the children of Yehudi. You know what I mean? Despite rather they were the other tribes, present and whatever they were being called at the time or not, that somehow we were able to be subdued by these people and then carried into captivity. And because we lost battles to these other rival tribes. And I just don't buy that. I just don't buy that we were the spoils of war, of a tribal war. I've watched documentaries over the years that show that the Europeans would hire, because their conquest of the Moors in 1442, when the Spanish conquered Portugal and Spain. I mean, the Spanish conquered Morocco. Let me get it right. They, like any other nation, the people who you conquered, the able-bodied men, they, through threat of death, have to work for you. That's why you see all of those movies like Shaft in Africa and all of these other movies from the 60s and 70s when they talk about slaves and the slave trade. You always saw a Moor, a guy dressed like an Arab with that fez on his head, being the handler of the slaves. And what that infers was, and even if there was a movie called Out of the Darkness with Michael Douglas, where they was talking about the railway being built in East Africa, and they had to go through the natives to build this railway, and them taking over and conquering the people and that in order to make way for this railway. The Most High sent lions in there on them, and the lions were tearing them a new ass. Excuse my French.
I think they made a movie about that, like with the ghost. I think it was called The Ghost in the Darkness.
That's the movie I'm talking about. I got the title wrong. That's the movie.
Yeah.
With Michael Douglas.
Yeah, The Ghost in the Darkness. I remember that movie.
Well, you seen the guys that were handling them. They had Indian guys handling them, and they had guys that were from the Moors, the blacks, with the fezzes on.
Yeah.
Right? And the natives were being handled any way they wanted them. You know what I mean? Treated them like dirt. And what that tells you is that they were doing these assaults on villages, conquering them, burning them down, killing all of the males, taking the women and children slaves, and then saying that it was a war. That's the problem I got with it, because I noticed that that's the narrative that they're going with, that it was a war when it wasn't. And the only reason why they had the advantage over the children of Israel was because of the gun.
Well, also, I mean, how long was this after we had already dispersed from Jerusalem and were carried away? What was going on? You had the Spanish Inquisition. You had, the Islamic slave trade. You had various different things that had transpired that weakened us.
Well, see, this is why I think that it's a part of history that I encourage everybody to go watch Benaiah Israel's series on that part of history. He's been instrumental in shaping a lot of Hebrews in America's their thoughts and their understanding on that timeline between when we went into captivity to the Romans. Those who were kept, who were captive or were able to be captured, and those who Messiah had told to flee to the mountains, those who fled. And if you read the story in Babylon to Timbuktu, he tells you that those who fled to the mountains was basically they fled into Africa. So you had people that were already there. So by the time the expulsion from Spain and Portugal happened in 1492, that they were sending people back to their brethren. And then it got to the point where they and Benaiah Israel tells you the whole story about this, about these people that they had that were part, from the bloodline of the Spanish. How they were mixing blood, like they did everywhere. Some of our people assimilated. Well, at any rate, these people, they left in that expulsion in 1492, and when they got to Africa, they started mating again, and then it got to the point where they started, regrouping, and so they broke that up too. And that's when I think the whole thing came to where we're going to sell them into slaveries, and that's where the transatlantic slave trade happened. But you got to understand too, prior to that, you're talking 600 years of the sub-Saharan slave trade.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what I mean. So the slave trade, they've been emptying out Africa since the inception of Christianity in 325 AD.
Mm.
So and so we've been going back and forth. They have constant, like what we're talking about actually is every time we would go back, because we couldn't stay in Africa for some reason, we and settled here. Most of them, they continued to migrate back to Europe until the 1400s and 1500s, when the slave trade, the European slave trade started, and that's when Deuteronomy 28 took effect, and we saw it no more. He said, "You're gonna leave. You're gonna return to Egypt again with ships, and you'll see it no more." And we haven't seen it anymore after that. But anyway, if I could, I'd like to get into some studies with
Absolutely. What do we have? I see you have the screen share. Do you want me to share this right now, or
Yes, go for it.
Backstory? What you want me to share it now?
Share what?
Your screen.
Yes, please.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Now, how do I? Is it showing up with a little small thing where? Can I expand this?
Yeah, it's expanded as much as it's.
Okay, all right, beautiful. All right, now, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go to Esau, and what I wanted to wrap with the brethren today about is as per a lot of discussions that I've saw Salt of the Earth have about the 400 years and the culmination of it, and why, if the prophecy was 400 years after 1619 to 2019,
mm-hmm.
then how is it that we're still here and it's 2023?
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to share some revelations the Most High had been sharing with me over the years that I've come to know is fact, and adding on to the revelation, it kind of takes the whole narrative, including Esau and the prophecies concerning the beast and false prophet and all of those things. It's a revelation that it encompasses it all. And where I want to start with is first of all, we'll start with Esau to give it some context and some background. And now Esau, and we'll start with Genesis 36. We'll start with Genesis 36. And we'll start with.
Did you pull up your eastward? Because we can't see it. We only see.
Oh, I got it. And you guys can't see it?
No. All right. So when you share your screen, and it says share screen, you have to go to entire screen so that we can see your Esau. Because right now, all we can see is the YouTube.
Okay.
So
go to settings.
What you got to do? You got to stop sharing, and then reshare again over again. And when you reshare over again, then you got to choose entire screen. Should be in your far right corner.
Okay.
That way we can see when you pull up the eSword and everything else.
Share screen. Okay, share screen sharing.
Share entire screen.
But it doesn't say anything about entire screen here. It says share screen. Okay, all right, I see Windows entire screen. Gotcha. Okay. Did it work?
No, it didn't come on yet.
Okay.
There you go.
Got it?
Got it. All right. Now, once you pull up Esau or whatever you pull up, it's gonna
Why is it doing that?
no, it's no biggie. You just gotta, when you go to your share screen, just minimize that and go to Esau. Right there, yeah, there you go. And there you go. Now we got it. Now don't push stop, Shan. Push you
Oh, yeah. I was about to destroy the whole process. Okay, now, all right, now we're in Esau. We're in Esau, right? So you guys can see this.
Yeah.
You can see it, right?
Yeah, nice and clear. We see it.
Okay, great.
In fact, you know what? There's a you already pressed it. It's good. We good.
Okay. All right. I wanted y'all to take a look at let's see where the first one is, 36, 1 through 10. So let's go here. Now it tells you here that in chapter 2. Now I want to go to the Strongs because a lot of my studies in Revelation are based in the Strongs because of what we consider the distinctions between the translation and what we know as transliterations. And a lot of revelation comes from us sometimes not discerning the two. Mm-hmm. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Like, for instance, it says Esau took wives of the daughters of Canaan, and Ada, the daughter of Elon, you think of Elon Musk, Elon the Hittite, and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite. Now, I want us to look at Hittite here, and I'm going to bring it down to the small. Now, the transliteration of Hittite is Chitty, or Kitty in this case. Got it?
Got it.
All right. And it tells you that his first wives, and this, I wanted to point that out as well as to dispel a lot of situations with Esau concerning his color and all that. To me, that's sort of like a superfluous conversation because it's like, if no matter what no matter what his color was when he got married or when he was born, as far as Jacob and Esau, Jacob being smooth and I'm imagining a man of color, and Jacob being red and hairy, even if he had a brown hue to him, having that reddish tint, because I get that way in the winter too. I get like a red hue to it. So I understand that aspect of it. But what I'm saying is that wouldn't determine rather his posterity would be what his color was. Mm-hmm. Why? Because he married into Hittites. Mm-hmm. And marrying into Hittites, you would, like the modern day Jews do today, they trace their lineage through the woman. And if you're going back to the flood, you'll see how during the flood, that's how the seed of Cain was preserved through the flood, was through the woman, which would have been one of the only righteous daughters that the seed of Cain had that Noah married. Mm-hmm. So you could see how one of the sons, even though all of them were righteous, their grandsons would possess a seed that could determine, them going left. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But at any rate, let's continue. Just that understanding that Esau married into the Hittites. This is part of the reason why the Most High said that he forsook his birthright. Mm-hmm. Because his birthright wasn't just him being the elder and all of the promises that the Most High had given Abraham, and it would be passed down from generation to generation, the promises. As far as him being the patriarch and the elder of the brethren, he would have gotten it, and he didn't want it. So that was one aspect. But the fact that you didn't want your heritage by continuing it through the marriage of your own kinfolk was another act of rebellion.
Mm.
All right. So let's continue with the transliteration study here. All right. Now it says that he was from Kittim, right? He's a Hittite, and the land is called Kitty, and I'm getting ahead of myself. I want you to turn to Numbers, and I want to show something, a contrast in terms of transliteration and how certain things are hiding in plain sight and how we were able to be distracted and deceived into believing certain things were separate when they all were talking about the same thing. And that's the magic, for lack of a better word, of the English language, having, what we call synonyms, things that, or words like TO, TWO, TOO. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. To where if you're dealing in just language, spoken language, you know what I mean? The TOO and how it's spelled is irrelevant. But if you're talking to someone who only understands language and he really doesn't understand things in written or in text, then you have to have your emphasis. And we're the only language that have words that sound the same but have different applications. Mm. And this is why I think that this right here in this language was very clever, how they were able to deceive us. Now in Numbers 24, so I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to go straight to it. Numbers 24 verse, right? Now this is a prophecy from Balaam, so y'all can get the full thing. Now Balaam is telling a prophecy to Balak in order for them to curse Israel. And he tells them that there were going to be some ships coming against Asher. And, I don't know if you guys have ever read this. But anyway, I want to cut to the chase. And I wanted to share this prophecy that he had. He says, now the ship shall come from the coast of Chittim and shall afflict Asher and shall afflict Eber. And he meaning Chittim, he also shall perish forever. And Balaam rose up and went and returned to his place. And Balak also went away. Now, the reason why I wanted to show you this is I wanted to show you this because of the word Chittim. Now, I just showed you the word Hittite. And the word Hittite, the transliteration, was Kitty, right? Mm-hmm. Well, according to the Strongs, the word Chittim, the transliteration, is kitty. Mm-hmm. And what it means here is it says a partial from an unused name denoting cypress, only in the plural. A Kittite or Cypriot or Cypriot, hence an islander in general. That is, the Greeks or Romans on the shores opposite of Palestine. And I'll give you a little illustration of that. Let's see if that's it. Can you see this? Can you see this map?
Yeah.
Brothers, can you see that map?
Yeah, we can see it. I can see it.
Okay, now you see, based on that, what I just read, he's saying Cyprus is Kittim. Based on what we just read here, an islander, a general, that is the Greeks or Romans on the shores opposite Palestine.
Opposite Palestine. See it?
All right. So this is modern day Palestine's location right here. This is the shores opposite Palestine. Now I'm hoping that y'all starting to see where I'm going with this. Okay. Now we see, let's go into his origin, because this is going to sort of evolve into the whole understanding of where we're coming from. Now we're going to go to the book of Maccabees. Right? The book of Maccabees, let me see if I have it already in my quick reference. Yes, book of Maccabees, okay? Okay. Bear with me, folks. Now it says, now Alexander, this is chapter 1. After Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came from the land of Kittim. Now you see how they use the word Kittim now instead of Chittim?
Yeah, I see that.
See that?
Yeah.
So there's 3 applications of it. You got Chittim, you got the Kitty, or the Hittite, and you got Kittim here. You see it referenced as well here. Chittim, Kittim. And why this is important is that this is considered Mount Seir. Today, this is Syria, right? So let's look at Mount Seir. Let's look at Mount Seir. Now it says here, let's go to the Strongs. Now Seir, just look for context here. Go back to the actual, let me go back to the actual scripture where it comes from. All right. Now, let's get into the regular Strongs. He says, now the Horites in their Mount Seir unto El Paran, which is by the wilderness. Now, Mount Seir, as we know, is the land that was given to Esau, right? Yep. So look at what Mount Seir is, right? It means shaggy, a he-goat, a fawn. Go back there. It says a he-goat, an analogy of fawn, a devil, a goat, a hairy, kid, rough, satyr. Right? To shiver or be afraid, a tempestuous, to come away like a whirlwind. Now, the reason why I wanted to reference Seir, let's go back, was because in Mount Seir, let me go back to where I showed Seir. Okay, here we go. Because Mount Seir is where Syria was, and I'll go to a little. Let me see if I can go to my. Okay, Neanderthal man. Okay, can we see this? Is this small?
Yeah, enhance it just a tad. A little more. That's good. That's great. You should be able to
Okay.
do that. Yeah.
All right. Now, where I wanted to show you that is it talks about is the Neanderthal man is that caveman that they say that all Gentiles share their genes with. And I'm making the connection, and I wanted to find out where they were saying where they had come from the area of modern day Turkey, modern day Syria, Turkey, which would place the Neanderthal man right at the place where Mount Seir is, showing okay, let's see if I could show you there. If not, I'm not going to move on. I'm going to move on because it's not really tantamount to this discussion, but it was just a little extra fruit for it. But the context is that Neanderthal man, other than the Neanderthal Valley, they're saying that his roots are. Let me add that then. Origin of Neanderthal man. Okay, now he's saying that Eurasia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Eurasia, as far west as Britain, through part of the Middle East to Uzbekistan. But we'll get to that because that's a sidebar for right now, and I'm going to get back to that. But the point being, as we are right now, Maccabees showing Kittim and Kitty, they are the same place in terms of this map here, showing that from Maccabees, from Maccabees, he is a Macedonian and he became the king of Greece. So you're seeing now that there's a distinction between the Kittim, or those from the land of Kittim, which we see now is a island, the island of Cyprus, and that he was a Macedonian and he wasn't even from Rome. But these were conquests that Alexander the Great. And this is why everything revolves around Alexander the Great. And just I want to pause for a minute and say a little prayer, because I want the Most High's words to, these are my treasures, and I want the Most High's words to flow as they have flowed from his word or from his mouth to my heart. So, Yahushua, we give praise, honor, and glory this Shabbat, and we ask that you feed us this revelation that would open the eyes of the seekers of your word and your face in these last days, and that you will bring the truth of not only our enemies, but the hope and the surety of our deliverance and our gathering. And I ask that you will put your hand on this study and allow the words to be audibly clear as crystal, and that it will prick their hearts and it'll be easy and it'll go down smooth, and it'll be something that they can digest and bring joy to their hearts and it'll invigorate their soul. In Yahushua's name, we give praise, honor, and glory. Okay. All right. Now, next, I wanted to go to this something that I wanted to. I think that you guys will get a kick out of this. Now, this book is called The Synagogue of Satan. Now, this is a book talking about the origin of the Jews. We don't call it that. For us, it's the origin of Esau. And when you see the pattern in which Esau took in terms of, particularly from the book of Jasher, where he was the king over Chittim, Zepho, the son of Esau, and he was the king over, the places in the east, different countries in the east, which I would imagine Sepharad being Spain at the time. So we're looking at all of these places that Esau expanded, but yet they're never known under the name Esau. And it's deep because it only takes one of the children of Esau to come in and just usurp the authority of these people, like Zepho did in Chittim, and take over and rule over it. Particularly if you have knowledge of spiritual knowledge, like the book of Daniel says, understanding dark sentences, like Esau would have had growing up under the teaching of Isaac, you know what I mean? And knowing the truth and being taught by Abraham and whatnot. So he understood. It's almost like Satan and having the knowledge of good and evil. Well, anyway, he talks about here in 740 AD, in a land locked between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, known as Khazaria, a land today which is predominantly occupied by Georgia. And by the way, this book is written by Andrew Carrington Hitchcock. It tells you the secret history of the Jewish world domination, and it tells you basically about this here hexagram, which identifies the Jews worldwide. Now, going back to it, it says, now this land locked between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, known as Khazaria, a land which today is predominantly occupied by Georgia, but also reaches into Russia, Poland, Lithuania, Hungary, and Romania. The modern Jewish race is born. A modern Jewish race that incidentally is not Jewish. And it says, how can this be, you ask? Well, at the time, the Khazarian people felt a vulnerable people as they had Muslims on one side of them and Christians on the other side of them, and thus constantly feared attack of either side. Furthermore, the Khazarian people were neither faith and instead practiced idol worship, which made them ripe for invasion by people who wished to convert them to an established faith. The Khazarian king, King Bulan, decided in order to protect themselves against the attack, the Khazarian people must convert to one of these faiths. But which one? If they converted to the Muslim faith, they would risk attack by the Christians. And if they converted to the Christian faith, they would risk attack by the Muslims. He had no idea. There was another race that he was aware of were able to deal with both the Muslims and the Christians either side of them, predominantly in matters of trade. A race which dealt with Khazarians in the same manner. That race was the Jews. King Bulan decided if he instructed his people to convert to Judaism, he could keep both the Muslims and the Christians happy, as they were both already willing to trade with the Jews. So this is what he did. So anyway, he's telling you here that these people originate in this land we know of as Khazaria. Right? And these people were known as the Khazars. Right? Mm-hmm. So now we're going to look at scriptures where they were in, going back to the theme we started in terms of transliteration. Let's go to the scriptures and deal with Khazaria before time. Now it says, now it came to pass that Jabber, king of Hazor, and we're going to find out exactly what that word mean and why they concealed it, heard these things, that he sent Jobab, king of Madon, and to the king of Shimron, and to the king Abshai, and to the kings that were on the north of the mountains of the plains of Shinneroth, and in the valley and in the borders of Dor in the west, and to the Canaanite on the east and the west, and the Amorite and the Hittite and the Perizzite and the Jebusite and the mountains and the Hivite under Hermon in the land of Pezbah. All right? And it says, the Elohim said to Joshua, be not afraid of them, because tomorrow this time I will deliver them all up slain before Israel. And thou shalt hold their horses and burn their chariots. So then it talks about, where I'm going to get to the meat, Khazar. And this is where the word is a collective form from this word, Khazar, Khazor. You see that? Now let's go to let's go to even before that. Joshua fought these and destroyed them. And if you read the stories in the book of Joshua, he fought all of these nations. I believe it was 39 kings that he slew. And it tells you that Hazor was the head of all of these kingdoms. Here it go right here. Here it go right here. So it's telling you Khazar at that time, he said, and Joshua at that time turned back and took Khazar and smote the king thereof with the sword. For Khazar before time was the head of all those kingdoms. So let's go into dig a little deeper of Khazar. Right now, this is getting into Esau's heritage. So let's go to the book of Yashar. Book of Yashar, let's go to Khazar here. Oops. Okay. Now, these are all the kings. Now, this is the going back to, and think about, to assist Elon. You remember that word, Elon? These are the same character from the Elon of the daughter that Esau married. Now listen to it. It says, now the kings and the captains, I'm reading from verse 4. This is Yashar, chapter 38. And this is where the sons of Jacob, just the 10 sons of Jacob, destroyed all of these kings that were in the land, you know, after the Most High gave Abraham that prophecy. And that's the reason why this is so important to this discussion as well, is because Jacob's name means to supplant. And everybody looks at that, particularly the Jews, that the word supplant is a way to define Jacob as being a scammer, someone who was deceitful, when that's never been it at all. It's supplanter, meaning I pull you up by the roots. I pull you out of the land. And this is verified by Genesis 15 in the first prophecy that he gave Abraham, where he said, know for surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in the land not theirs. He didn't even have Jacob yet. And they shall afflict them 400 years. And he said, that nation they serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance. Now, this is where supplanting comes in. And he says, now it came to pass, and he was saying he was smoking, he gave the sacrifice. Remember, it gets into more detail in the book of Yashar, where he divided the pigeons and the birds and all of the sacrificial animals for the sacrifice. And he told them, it came to pass, the revelation after the sacrifice was, in that day, Yahweh made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto thy seed have I given this land, from the river Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates. And he said, and the Kenites and the Kenizzites and the Cadmonites and the Hittites and the Perizzites, the Rephaims, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, Jebusites, right? He doesn't tell him that he's driving them out of there, but he did tell him, he said he's going to give you this land, and he's going to drive them, all of these people who were in this land, he's going to drive them out of the land. And you see that over and over again with Moses. You see it with Joshua. It's constantly, I'm going to drive these Canaanites and all of these unworthy people to be in this holy land out of this land. And I'm going to give it to you between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. That is why he's called a supplanter. The Most High was making a covenant with you that I'm going to supplant all of these nations. And back with Yashar was beginning in terms of the 10 sons. They were getting this supplanting with the 10 sons. And it tells you, he says, now here, this is when they had defiled Dinah, Jacob's sister. You read about a little bit in Genesis about it, but in the book of Yashar, it tells the details on the king of Shechem defiling Jacob's daughter, and the prince marrying her, thinking everything was sweet because he married her and made her, one of the royalty among the Shechemites. But to the children of Jacob, you know what I mean, who were circumcised, they were like, that was unacceptable, and the only judgment fitting was death. Well, anyway, it says Ahuri, king of Shiloh, came up to assist Elon, and he approached Jacob, and Yakub drew his bow, and it was in his hand with an arrow, and he struck Ahuru, which was caused his death. Now I'm skipping up because I want to go back to the beginning of the story, but I feel like that might be a waste of time. But I wanted to give you an idea of how the land of Khazar is in this land as well, and we were fighting them. And so I'm just going to start where we are then, because the story goes to where after leading up to the Shechem, and I'll start with 3. And it says, when the sons of Jacob saw the remaining kings had removed from their stations, they had pursued them. And Yakub also came from a heap of Shechem, from the place where he was standing, and they went after the kings, and they approached them with their servants. And the kings and the captains with the rest of their army, seeing that the sons of Yakub approaching them, were afraid of their lives and fled till they reached the city of Khazar. And the sons of Jacob pursued them to the gate of the city of Khazar, and they smote a great smiting amongst the kings and their armies, about 4,000 men. And while they were smiting the army of the kings, Yakub was occupied with his bow, confining himself to smiting the kings, and he slew them all, meaning that Yakub only slew the kings. And he slew Parathon, king of Khazar, at the gate of the city of Khazar. And he afterwards slew Sosi, king of Sartan, and Laban, king of Beth Corin. You know who this Laban is, too. They killed Laban. Jacob killed his daughter's father. A lot of people don't see that. Well, anyway, and Shabbath, king of Machniah, and he slew them all with the arrows, an arrow to each of them, and they died. And the sons of Jacob, seeing that all of the kings were dead and that they were broken up and retreating, continued to carry on the battle with the armies of the kings opposite the gate of Khazar. And they still smote about 400 of their men. Now, I wanted to skip down to this, but I'm going to keep reading. He said, the 3 men of the servants of Jacob and 3 of the men of the servants of Jacob fell in that battle. And when the Yehuda saw, and that would be Judah, saw the 3 of his servants had died, it grieved him greatly. And his anger burned within him against the Amorites. And all the men that remained of the armies of the kings were greatly afraid of their lives. And they ran and broke the gates of the wall of the city. And all entered into the city for safety. Now, here's where I wanted to get to, because it mirrors where we know that we're talking about the same land when we refer to that book of the synagogue of Satan. He said, they concealed themselves in the midst of the city of Khazar. For the city of Khazar was very large and extensive. And when all of the armies had entered the city, the sons of Jacob ran after them in the city. So that means Jacob chased them all the way into Khazar. Now we see this map from the synagogue of Satan. I might have to go back there. Well, he tells you that this land here, right? A landlocked between the Caspian. It seems like they've changed that wording there, but it's basically the same land. If you could look at the vastness of this land here, this area here, you could see that it was a vast land. It was between the Caspian and Black Seas and extended all the way up there. And it began here in Mount Seir and in Armenia. And then you could see this is all part of what we consider to be the Neo-Assyrian Empire. But we're going to continue because we're going to make connections to a lot of places in terms of Esau's heritage. Now, next, I wanted to go to go back to the Hittites so I can bring in Josephus into the discussion. Now, the Hittites, in terms of Genesis, let's go to Genesis 30. Let's go to Genesis 34 again. Bear with me, folks. 32. Where was it? Okay, 36. My bad. Okay. Now, let's look at here where it says Hittite again. We're going back to the kitty in the land of Chittim and showing you that all of the coastal characters, even down there, Alexander the Great, these were people, if we, especially from your understanding of Jasher chapter 90, where the children of Esau and the children of Chittim became one nation, we get an understanding of how that location seemed to have changed names throughout history. All right. That's where I want it, right there. Now, this right here is the word Kaith, right? And they're saying the root of the word in terms of Kittim or Kitty is Kaith or Kuth. And this, we're going to go deep, a little deeper. It says this is the primitive root to prostrate, to break down by violence and by confusion and fear, to abolish, affright, to make afraid, to amaze, to beat down, to discourage, to cause to dismay, to go down, to scare, to terrify. And so they're saying that the root of these the Hittites is this word Kuthoth, where we get the word Kuthians. And you might be familiar with that term, Cuthians, from 2 Kings. 2 Kings tells you about the king of Assyria. It says, now the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hosea, and it tells you about the whole story. You've all read this, I'm certain. And it says that, here we go. He says, now the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Cutha and from Ava and from Hamath, which I believe is India, and Sepharvaim, which is Spain, which at that time was all under the control of the land of Chittim, which would have been the Hittites. That's why if you look at certain places in history, they'll talk about the vastness of the Hittite Empire. And then they'll go from the Hittite Empire to the Assyrian Empire. When this was part of the annexing and the spread of Esau and his territory because of the prophecy of Jacob, and particularly Abraham being the father of nations. See, we have to understand Jacob and Esau never ruled at the same time. They may have ruled over their respective nations, but they never ruled in terms of the world, because this is what it's about, the kingdom being in possession of the saints or given over to the wicked. And whenever we transgress the Most High, particularly after AD 70, really it began in Nebuchadnezzar, that's when Esau took that yoke of Jacob off of his neck. But they were never to rule together. So that's why when we went into captivity, then he ruled. And incidentally, that became the times of the Gentiles. Well, at any rate, Josephus gets a little deeper. And this right here is deep because this is telling you here that this was the beginning of who we consider the Samaritans. When Messiah says that, Samaritans have no dealings, or the lady said the Samaritans have no dealings with the Yehudi. You know what I mean? And this was the reason why, because there was enmity between these two peoples, because the children of Israel knew that they didn't belong there, and they were only there because the king of Assyria brought them there.
Mm.
And showed you that he had a control over Babylon before Nebuchadnezzar. You got to remember, at this time, the king of Assyria, this is before Nebuchadnezzar. This is the Sepharvaim. And this is named after Sepho, by the way. This is Sepho, and you can get that see that? That's the origin of the word Sephardic. Esau's son. Now let's go to it and we see it. Sephar. To lean forward, to peer, to observe, to espy. That's deep. So let's move on to Josephus. I wanted to give you an idea, particularly of this Cuthas, and just verify that immediately. Complete works of Josephus.
That's interesting, because I was just looking into Josephus for that information. I had read it, but I couldn't find the page, because it speaks on he speaks quite a lot on Harad. if that's where you're going with it. But,
no, I'm going to Cuthath. This
all
right here just gives you an understand of in terms of the region in which Esau usurped and took over and ended up becoming the which we'll get to as this study progresses, into the Roman Empire, beginning in the origin of the Hittites, from the Hittites to the Romans, or to the Assyrians, then to the Romans, and then, like he says, to the
Heronian dynasty, yeah.
you know what I mean, into the progression of where we are today, in this worldwide beast that John saw in Revelation. And that's basically the progression I'm going in. But he says now, the Cuthians who removed into Samaria, for that is the name they have been called by this time, because they were brought out of the country called Cutha, which is a country of Persia. And there is a river of the same name in it. Each of them, according to their nation, which is in it, number 5, brought their own gods into Samaria. Same thing that the Second Kings says, and worship them. And when it was their custom of their own countries, they provoked the Almighty God to be angry and displease them. For a plague seized upon them, and they were destroyed. And when they found no cure for their miseries, they learned by the oracle that they ought to worship the Almighty God as the method of their deliverance. So they sent ambassadors to the king of Assyria and desired he sent them some of the priests of the Israelites whom he had taken captive. And when they were thereupon them, the people were by them taught the laws and the holy worship of God. And they worshiped them in a respectful manner. And the plague ceased immediately. And indeed, they continued to make use of the very same customs to this very time. And they are called in the Hebrew tongue Cutlans, and in the Greek tongue Samaritans. And that's important because the Samaritans are the people who eventually became the Pharisees. Because in 2 Kings, when they got there, by the time Messiah had come, they had already been entrenched in there, and they had taken over, as we see in the book of Maccabees. They were already in there, and they had taken over basically the temple and the whole, operation of the temple by authority of Rome. Okay, so that and that's just making the connection of the Cuthians and that word Hittite. I'm only showing you that because that's the root of the word Cuth. And I show you how the Hebrew language is that you can't get away from it in the Hebrew language. It says one letter in the Hebrew language has 7 meanings, right? And one word has 70. So one letter has 7 meanings and one word has 70. And that's not in the sense of what we were talking about earlier with the transliteration. It means that when it comes to, like you will see the origin of, what's a good example of that? Where the Hebrew word means just like Zion. You know what I mean? Zion is a place. Zion is the people. You know what I mean? Zion is the mountain of Yah. I mean, it has a lot of different applications, Zion. And so it kind of gives you an understanding of that part of etymology of words, particularly when it came to, like I said, Cuthas, and how these people became the children of Israel as an impostors, and their origin being from the land of Hittite or the land of Kittim or Mount Seir, and their expansion all the way till we get to the nations of Europe and America today, where the scripture says that Satan would build his kingdom on the sides of the north. And that's basically what this study was. This was the first brick. When Esau married into the children of the Hittites, that was the first brick in this building of him setting up this empire that would result in the empire being in the sides of the north. He would build his congregation in the sides of the north, which is Europe and America. And they control the world. All right, now let's get a little deeper. Now, I wanted to go to, now that we done gave some background, I wanted to get into some prophecy now because of the question, because of the premise that I started, which was the 400 years and why are we still here? And what does this narrative have to do with us still being here? And as we know in the scriptures, Esau, like I was saying earlier, Jacob and Esau never ruled together. And the times of the Gentiles, up until the destruction of Edom, they're in control of the world today. And the scriptures tell you that the people in control, particularly Obadiah, that it would be Edom. That no matter what the nations call this empire, it would be Edom behind it. So the first prophecy we want to go with is I want to look at Revelation. Let's go to the book of Revelation. And Revelation, let's start with the prophecy of the beast. A lot of people don't like to deal with the beast because it seems like a bunch of idioms, and without the history, you don't really understand the prophetic symbolism that John is speaking of, because he's basically speaking code to those who have an ear, who the Most High has given an ear to. That's why it seems like it's, it's fable and it's allegory and all of these other things, and metaphorical, but it's not. Every symbol or every metaphor has a meaning based in actual reality and has actual history attached to it. Now, let's look at Revelation 17, for example. Now, it says, and there came with me 7 angels. Now, let me go to a different one. I don't think I want to go with that one quite yet. That one might be a little ahead of us. So what I want to do first is all right, let's go to Daniel 8. I'm going to do that first and lay the background for it. Now, Daniel 8, right? Now, he said, in the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, and a vision appeared to me, even unto me Daniel, after which appeared unto me at the first. And I saw in a vision, it came to pass when I saw that I was at Shushan in the palace, which is in a province of Elam, which makes me believe that this is India. That's why I said Hamath and Elam. I believe that's India, but I direct, because particularly in the Persian Empire, his empire extended from India to Ethiopia. So that gave me a more reason why I believe that Hamath was India. Well, at any rate, it says, I lifted up my eyes, and behold, there stood a river, before the river, a man which had 2 horns. And the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. And I saw the ram pushing westward, northward, and southward, so that no beast might stand before him, and neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will, and he became great. And as I was considering, behold, the he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth and touched not the ground, and the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And he came to the ram that had two horns, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran unto him with fury of his power. And I saw him come close to the ram, and when he moved with choler against him, smote the ram and broke his two horns. And there was no power in the ram to stand before him. But he cast him down to the ground and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver out of his hand. And therefore the he-goat waxed very great. And when he was strong, the goat was broken. And for it came up four notable ones toward the four heavens, or towards the four winds of heavens. And out of one of them came a little horn, which waxed exceedingly great towards the north, towards the south, towards the east, and towards the pleasant land. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven, and cast down some of the stars of the ground, and stamped upon them. And he magnified himself even to the prince of the host. And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. And an host was given unto him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression. I mean, he was given a host of people to help him accomplish this taking away of the daily sacrifice. And it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered. And I heard one saint speaking. Another saint said to a certain saint which spake, how long shall the vision concerning the daily sacrifice and the transgression of desolation to give both the sanctuary and the host to be trodden underfoot? So he's basically saying, how long is all of this that he was seeing in this vision of the holy ones, the saints, having their daily sacrifice taken away, and the truth cast down to the ground, and them being afflicted in captivity like we are, and the sanctuary being trodden down by all of them? He said, how long is this going to take place? And he said unto me, under 2,300 days, then the sanctuary shall be cleansed. So the 2,000 is 2,000 what we call weak years. Now let's get a little bit of background on this. Let's go to Revelation now. Let's go to Revelation now, and let's get into some more concept so we can bring it full circle to the 400 years. That's all right. I got a Yorkie, a big old killer Yorkie in here, so everybody be careful. Callie, calm down, baby. All right, now let me find that word. I'm assuming that gotta be, yep. All right, here we go. Now it says, as I stood upon the sand of the sea, this is John. He stood upon the sand of the sea, and he saw a beast rise up out of it, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the names of blasphemy. And he said, the beast that I saw was like a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and his great authority. And he said, and I saw one of his heads as it was wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. And they worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. And they worshiped the beast, saying, who was like unto the beast, and who was able to make war with him. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies. And power was given unto him. And power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And I want you to keep that passage in mind. Now, first we're going to establish this as the beast and make some distinctions here for one. The beast that we see in here, he's saying it had 7 heads and 10 horns. All right. Now going to the kingdom of the Gentiles. Here are the 7 heads of the beast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And he said one of their wounds, one of their heads was healed. That wound from the healing was where we talk about where it says here in Revelation 17. Let's go to Revelation 17 to give you and he said, and the beast that thou sawest and is not and shall ascend, which means come out of the bottomless pit and go into perdition. And they that dwell upon the earth shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when they behold the beast that was and is not and yet is. And the mystery of that was built earlier in this study when I was showing you all of the nations that Joshua of the land of Kittim and of the Hittites, we learned as the Kuthits and the Kittith, or the children of Kath. I mean, there's so many descriptions of it. But these people, by virtue of Jacob the supplanter, beginning with the 10 sons, by the sword, the children of Jacob destroyed them all, down to David. So he's saying that they were destroyed, vanquished in hell, and they ascended out of it. That's why they're the beast that was. Now they're not, and now they're back, or they're ascending out of the bottomless pit. And they came about during the days of the Messiah, when the rise of the Roman Empire. And this is important because I want you to keep in mind, as far as the prophecy of the 2,300 years, he said the sanctuary would be cleansed. So we're going to set the tone. Like I said, I'll go back just to reiterate that. So to identify the beast, you got your 7 heads of Gomer. These are the Gentiles. Messiah telling you, these are the times of the Gentiles. And this is when they rose. These sons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6, 7 rather. 7 heads. Now the horns, he said, now they had 10 horns. Let's go to Psalms 83 and find the 10 horns. He said, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee lifted up their head and taken crafty counsel against the people and consulted against thy hidden ones. And they have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. And they have consulted together with one consent, and they are confederate against thee. So he's saying that these nations conspired to cut us off from being a nation so that the name of Israel will be remembered no more. So let's count these 10 horns. And the reason why they're 10 horns and these fit the prophecy or the description of the beast. First, let's count them. It tells you that these are the tabernacles of Edom, 1, the Ishmaelites, 2, the Moab, the Hangarenes, 4, Gabal, 5, Ammon, 6, Amalek, 7, Philistines, 8, the inhabitants of Tyre, 9, and Asher, 10. And he's saying that they have helped the children of Lot. Lot is the progenitor of all of them. That's the father that his daughter slept with and created a race of, babies of incest. That's who the Moabites and Ammonites are. That's why the Most High said they would never enter the congregation, even to the 10th generation. So except in that place, they are the enemies to the children of Israel. And how we know these are the nations is the prophecy says, let's go back to Revelation. Where it says that these, let's go back, I believe it's 13. Nope. Is it 17? Here it go. And he said, now here is wisdom. He said, there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen. And he's talking about, in terms of John, he's talking about the 5 kings that are considered kingdoms. 5 are fallen, which would have been the Egyptian, the Assyrian, the Babylonian, the Persian, and the Greeks. That's 5. And 1 that would have been the Roman. And he's saying the other is not yet come. And when he come, he'll continue for a short space. And he's saying the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th. I just described to you that he was dead and in the pits of hell. And he's saying when he come back, he becomes the 8th. And if you know anything about the influence of Israel, you know what we're talking about. But he's saying the 10 horns, what we established as the 10 nations, Banya, these 10 horns explains the mystery right here. It says the 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast.
May I interject real quick, Elder?
Say again?
Can I interject real quick?
Sure.
I wanted to share my screen with some, because it's actually what I wanted to show is according to what you're reading right now. Let me share my screen real quick. All right, so right here in Revelations 17:1, and I'm going to read down, and it says, and there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials.
Oh, Habanya, how do I get to where I can see yours? Because right now I'm only still seeing mine.
All right, so this is what I got to do. Hold on, I got to put yours down for a second. All right, how do I do that? You should be able to see you should be able to see it now. You just got to minimize your screen, and you got to go kind of like back into the chat.
Okay. Was that just there? And
yeah, this is mine right here. Can you see it now?
I could see it great.
Yeah.
Now I have to. Okay, good. Now I can see it.
All right. So this is it's according to what you were just now reading. Now I'm going to read. I'm going to read 3 verses, and I want to show a picture. And it says, "And there came one of the 7 angels which had the 7 vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither. I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters, with whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication." Now, when you go down further, it tells you what these waters are. And it says in 17 and 15, "And he saith unto me, The waters which thou sawest, where the whore sitteth, are people and multitudes and nations and tongues." So these are different nations that that is talking about. Now take a look at this image right here. Let me get this. This is the U.S. occupation around the world.
Yep.
Sit upon many nations.
But that's also, it says the 7 hills, the 7 mountains on which the horse sits, are 7 continents.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's all I wanted to show.
You're exactly right, brother. That's the 7 continents on which people got to make the distinction also, Banya, is how do I get my screen back up?
Here we go. I just put yours. Hold on. How do I get yours back? Which one is that? I just added it. So you should be able to pull it up now. Let me stop sharing mine too.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. All right. Now the distinction is, Banya, is it says down. Let's go to Revelation 17. Did you see this? He says that this woman that he saw was arrayed in purple and scarlet, and she was riding a beast. See what I'm doing? I'm making a distinction between the woman riding the beast and the beast. You understand what I'm saying? So if the beast is the G7 nations, let's look at that real quick. It's really G8 now, but it's let's see if I can get back to it. Okay, can you see that, Branya?
Yeah.
Can you see that?
I see it. I see it.
Okay. G8 nations. Okay, those are the G8 nations. Now, if you take America out as the woman, it's the 7. It's left.
The 8th. She's the 8th.
She's the 8th. Absolutely. But she's the one that's riding the beast. And as you know, who's in control, the horse or the rider?
The rider.
Who's in control, the horse or the rider?
The rider.
The rider's in control. He steers the horse or the beast wherever he wants it to go. That's exactly what's going on with the world today through the direction and the power of America. And where this is important is it says that these 10 horns, they didn't receive a kingdom yet, but they'll reign 1 hour with the beast. Okay? Now let's look at that, for example, in terms of history. 1945, what happened? 1945, World War II. America took over power from England, who was vying for power with Germany. And America said, if we come in and help you, we take over. We become the world's reserve currency, and we control the maritime laws, and we control the waters. So that's another reference to the waters. Okay? Now, what's interesting about that is that the nations we see of Psalms 83, they were under the Ottoman Empire prior to 1945. England, before America took over, were in the works in anticipation of this protocols of the elders of Zion, this whole move where they were planning on rebuilding this kingdom under the direction of the Edomites. They were called nations that, we can't even pronounce now. They were all Arabic names and all that. Then in 1945 or 1930s, before the conclusion of World War II, then you started getting names like Syria again, and Jordan, Saudi Arabia. A lot of the cities still remain the same, but those nations that we identify with in antiquity, they came back. That was the fulfillment of that prophecy of them reigning 1 hour with the beast, because America got its power in 1945. Israel got its power in 1948, just 3 years afterward, 3 years later. And we were the beast that came first. And Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Iran, all of these nations were not called that during the Ottoman Empire or prior to 1945. And as these nations of all of the Europe, now when you look at this, look at chapter 12. Let's look at chapter 12 real quick, where it says that he saw the great red dragon, right? And he says that he saw this dragon, and he said there appeared in heaven, there was a great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 crowns, and 7 crowns upon his head. So in this illustration, the dragon has the crowns upon the heads. Okay? In this illustration in 13, where he came up out of the earth, the crowns are on the horns. Let me find that where he talks about here we go. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. Now you see how the crowns went from the spiritual, they were on the heads. And I don't know if I remember showing y'all in the last video that we had during our discussion about the Northern Kingdom and all that, where I was showing you about the 7 heads in the book of Enoch, who were the 7 angels who ruled the 200 that descended on Mount Hermon, that taught all of the deeds to the daughters and the sons of men, how to make swords and how to cut roots and all of that. So those were considered the heads at that spiritual application of the dragon. Now, in terms of the earth and man, now they're on the heads, on the horns rather. But yet these horns don't get power but for only an hour. And if you look at the reality of that, in 1945, all of the monarchies in Europe were toppled. Actually, they began in World War I. They began to become toppled, and then they were completed in 1945. And England, which traces their lineage directly to the Romans, as in Anglo-Saxon, Anglican, meaning English, Saxon. That's why that battle between Germany was so crucial to them, because they were battling for a birthright to the kingdom, the keys to the kingdom, basically. But at any rate, after that, after World War II, no European nation carried a monarchy any longer. except the King of England or the Queen of England at the time. But the nations in the Middle East, rather, they all became monarchies. Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, King Jordan, King Hussein, all them kings over in the Middle East. You see where I'm going? And Edom being the one who gave all of these nations in the Middle East historically their power, that would be represented by the Edom, who is the first mentioned in Psalms 83. Now, completing the concept of the 2,300 years, because it tells you here, which I thought was the deepest part of this whole revelation, was if you're looking at the prophecy of 1619 to 2019, the culmination of the 400-year prophecy in Genesis 15, then you'll see where he tells you, and where did I read that? That would be Revelation 13. Again, I'm already there, right? Okay. So if he's telling you here, first let me go back to this. Let me go to this, Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great. Okay. Now, Alexander the Great died in 323 BC. Right? Kingdom of Macedon, the whole 9 yards, conquered the whole known world. Right? So the prophecy in Daniel 8 is, let me go to Daniel 8. I'm in the wrong place. Hold up. Daniel 8 is, he said, now, he said unto me, unto 2,300 days, then shall the sanctuary be cleansed. So let's go back to that prophecy or that historical account of it and start with what the scripture says. It says that out of one of them came a little horn who waxed exceedingly great. He went towards the south, towards the east, and towards the pleasant land, and waxed great, even to the host of heaven, and cast some of the host and the stars to the ground, and stomped upon them. Right? But I'm getting ahead of myself, because here he goes. Let's go back to the prophecy. Well, he says, now I saw the ram pushing westward, northward, and southward, so that no beast might stand before him. Neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand. But he did according to his will and became great. And as I was considering, and behold, a he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth, and touched not the ground, and the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. And the he-goat, he came from the ram that had two horns, which I seen stand before the river, and he ran into him with the furious power. Now, it goes on to him running against him, and he smote the ram. And he said, therefore, the he-goat waxed very great. And when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And for it came up four notable ones towards the four winds of heaven. So the prophecy begins when this prophecy, this part of the prophecy takes place, which would have been in 323 BC, right? And the four generals, which we know historically took over the empire after Alexander the Great died, his mysterious death, which I believe would have poisoned him, because he saw in a dream, according to Josephus, he saw in a dream, the Most High showed him in a dream, that the children of Israel, who would be under his power, that they were his people, and that they would, when he came through their town, they would be dressed in purple and gold, and that they would have a welcoming, a sort of a procession for him, welcoming him with they threw all kind of palms at him and different things, and gave him the honor due to a king. And for that reason, Alexander the Great refused the Edomites, the Samaritans at the time, from touching him, because the generals wanted to wipe them out, which has always been their wish all the way back since the days of Esau, the father, to wipe them out. And Alexander the Great refused. He said, they're the people of the Most High, and you're not to touch them. So that's why he was killed. But getting back to the prophecy, he's saying that at the beginning of this, because he goes on down to it, one of them out of the horn, which is exceedingly great, he talks about him in the Roman Empire, and how this became the empire that brought us into captivity. Because you got to remember, according to the prophecy given by Daniel and all of the other prophets, this last Roman Empire is the last empire. There is no more. So all of the nations, the European nations, rather be the Belgium or the Germans, America, all of them classify under the Roman Empire. Because that fourth dreadful beast that Daniel saw is destroyed by the stone made with our hands, which would have been the Most High destroying it. So that tells you that there is no more empires coming. So all of this Christian theology where they talk about the Antichrist and all of this other stuff, like it's this remote thing coming in the future, they don't realize, as I'm about to prove here, that can't be the case. Now, if this prophecy says that unto me, he said, unto 2,300 days, the sanctuary will be cleansed. If you add, listen, and this to me blew me away. When you begin the prophecy in 323 BC, when the four generals took over, and that culminates the end of the prophecy, if you add 323 to 2,300 years, what is that? That is the year 2023. That is the year 2023. 323, when the horn was broken and the four horns came up in its place, that took place in 323 BC. And he's saying 2,300 years from that date, the sanctuary will be cleansed. And this is deep, because going to Revelation again, going back to the 400-year prophecy, which I think is incredible when you add this out of it. Wait a minute. Where he says the beast was able to continue for 42 months. Here it goes. And he says, and there was given power, and there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And why would that be important enough to mention if he had already been ruling since 323 BC? It's because of the 400-year prophecy and the gathering. That took us to 1619, 2019. That took us to 2019. And then you add 42 months, that takes us to 2023. And the reason why he was able to continue is because the Most High promised to judge Esau. Look at that prophecy. Right? Let's look at that prophecy where he talks about he's going to judge Esau's heritage and make it a wasteland. Let me get rid of the Strongs. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, we can see it.
Can you guys see? I'm going to try to expand it a little bit. I can expand it. I got a touch screen, so I can expand it with my hands. Let's see. Here it goes. It's Malachi. Let me get it right. Well, he says, I hated Esau and laid his mountains and his heritage waste. So when you lay someone's heritage waste, you land where they began from. And if you look at it, think about what's happened to Esau in this last 3.5 years since the judgment began in 2020. Think about Syria. Think about how Syria is officially a wasteland. Think about how Ukraine, aka Khazaria, a wasteland. Think about what just happened to. Think about what just happened to Antioch. Y'all don't know it as Antioch. It's called Ankara. But I'm going to go to it where you could see this. See that? That's called Ankara today. Antaka, something. I believe it's Antaka. Let me go to my Facebook page and show you this, which I thought was interesting, and most people didn't even see it. It seemed to escape everybody. Seemed to have escaped everybody. Okay. Bear with me 1 second. All right, now look at this. Let me go to my page. Feel free to log on and befriend me after this if you want to. Yeah. But anyway, huh?
You making enemies. You make some bad enemies. And
but check this out, brother. This I thought was
red like lobsters right now, man.
Huh?
You got somebody red like a lobster right now.
Now, you remember that place the other day where the earthquake hit?
Yeah.
It's called Antioch. Well, that used to be Antioch. You see those two pictures?
Mm-hmm.
This is the earthquake zone. See that 7.8 magnitude? Antioch.
Mm-hmm.
That's ancient Antioch. Now, Antioch is where it says men were first called Christians.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a transition from disciples of Yeshua to Christians,
Mm-hmm.
which I always thought was a redundance, because why would you need two names for the Messiah? He's Christ and he's the Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
You got one group of people calling him Mashiach and another group of people calling him Christ.
Mm-hmm. You know what my speculation on that was? When you look at the there was also called something else in Antioch. They were called niggers.
Niggers?
Niggers.
Spell
Right?
that. Spell that if you can.
All right, so it's Niger, but the pronunciation of it is
you mean like Niger?
yeah, but it's actually pronounced nigger.
Gotcha.
Right? But when you look at the definition of that, it says black and then it says a Christian, nigger.
Wow.
So if the word Christ means a disciple of the anointed one, or Christian means a disciple of the anointed one, or follower of the anointed one, then why would anyone be ashamed to be called a nigger or a Christian, unless that name was a bygword that was relegating
Absolutely
the saints to a color now?
Yep.
Relegating instead of acknowledging their nation, now you're calling them black.
That's the inception of that concept. You're absolutely right. That's the inception of that concept of relegating us to a color.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And to me, it's probably the most offensive thing that they did, is to where it becomes almost obvious that everybody else has a nation of a country or nation of nativity that they can attribute to their name.
Mm-hmm.
And African American don't even come close, because this is the name of the place that we were captive to. And African is a continent. So you know what I mean? Whereas everyone else is either their ethnicity or the nation of origin that, denotes who they are, or classifies them as a people.
Mm-hmm.
And to classify a whole group of people as a color is a sophisticated form of brainwashing and oppression that I don't think that even our forefathers saw that. But you got to understand, though, it's part of the, you having power to do it, and through their weapons they have the power to do it. But also the fact that, when you look at the way Black people are presented as around the world, I mean, this is a collective thought that they had when it came to us. They decided that they knew that if they relegated us to a color, then this would be the best way to control us and to separate us, as Psalms 83 says, from our heritage and from our name and from the fame of our name.
Well, you know what? Like we was saying, and we was talking about this yesterday. It was another form of not just psychological warfare, but it was war propaganda.
Absolutely.
Right? Because that attachment or that relegation to just a color has social consequences, and it also has how can I say it, not just mental, but it not just on us but on others, because what you would notice, right, you have the negative form and then you have the positive form. When you speak about white, you speak about and you look up the definition of white, it means purity, it means clean, it means righteous, right? When you talk about black, you're talking about something, the absence of color, void, evil, darkness, right? So it had social consequences along with it, and this was to actually project that on other people, whether they be us or not, to view us in a certain light. Even when they say opposed to just calling us Israelites, they say black Hebrew Israelites, and you can tell by how they emphasize the word black that they don't mean it in a positive way. They mean it as a negative form, to say black Hebrew Israelites. So it's a form of war.
And I never liked that, black Hebrew Israelites. When I'm like, you legitimizing the fake ones, because you're saying, oh, this is just a spinoff of them.
Yeah,
black Hebrew Israelites is a spinoff of the real Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like different parties that have black in front of them. It's just saying that you're the black version.
Well, I believe what Paul was saying. What Paul was saying is that, look, you know how they say if any man suffer being a Christian, I believe he was saying if any man suffer being a nigger, right? Because it has this. We was called that in the same time, right? And it also meant Christian. So if you suffer being a nigger, don't be ashamed, because Mashiach suffered also.
Absolutely.
Right. And history shows that many of our people did and has did suffer being niggers, being strung up on trees, being martyred, being lynched.
I tell you though, when I look at a lot of the history and I look at the narrative of the scriptures, and I look at how the Most High bent over backwards throughout the years, particularly dealing from the days of, I would say, going back to the days of Elijah. You know what I mean? Immediately after Solomon. We started getting to a point when the Most High cleaned us up and he made us the people that we became, the heads, or the you know what I mean? We were basically the pinnacle, the apex of the world, of the earth, as far as mankind. We were the model for mankind. You know what I mean? A nation of kings and priests.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's amazing that all of the warnings he got us, that this thing only works. This relationship that you saw, begin to blossom in the wilderness when he delivered you from Egypt, and you began to see this power firsthand from the Most High. He said this relationship only works when y'all in right standing with me.
Mm.
It don't work no other way. And we never could understand that. It's almost like Christians have this thing to where it's an entitlement. It's this notion of entitlement, like Christians say, well, Jesus will forgive you for anything.
Hmm.
And you're never out of the woods when it comes to Jesus, because he forgives everything, because you have an advocate with the Father, how they pervert that whole thing. And that's just not true in any shape or in any sense of the word. it's just it's amazing, man. But I wanted to make sure that we got an understanding before we get back and close out on that thought what we were just talking about. It's just so we get an understanding, Banya, that this narrative that we have as far as that history that I gave you with Esau and the Hittites and the Kittim and how these people, all the way back with Zepho and Amalek and all of these leaders, Hadad and Haman from Esther. I mean, all of these Edomites, because he said that he made them small among the nations.
Mm-hmm.
All of these Edomites would take their, and these guys had a lot of bravado, a lot of balls, and they would go to these nations and usurp these nations and take it over because they would come in. Well, they had special knowledge, that means like the dukes had, and they were able to say things that would give them the honor of the kingdom, like Balaam and the rest of them did. There's certain things that you in knowing the devil and being cool with the devil, like Balaam and them was, gave them sort of carte blanche with these nations. And I wanted to make the distinction there that, you know what I mean? These people that we have today, like, for instance, this passage here about Maya Amschelbauer, the Ashkenazi Jew born in Frankfurt, Germany, the son of Moses Amschelbauer, a money lender and a proprietor of a counting house. Moses Amschelbauer places a red sign above the entrance of his door of the counting house, and this sign is a red hexagram that geometrically and numerically translates into the number 666. Which under Rothschild instruction would end up on the Israeli flag some 2 centuries later. So when you look at the nation that came up last, that had 2 horns and spoke like a dragon, this is what we're looking at right here. And these people having this relationship with the dragon, because Esau made a covenant with him. Esau made a covenant with him. And they were able to obtain the kingdom, the honor of the kingdom throughout the world. Think about it, to where you can come in and end up loaning money and handling the money and affairs of all of the kings and queens around the world.
Dukes.
The dukes.
You know what's interesting too, Elder? Right?
Mm-hmm.
When we read the scripture, we know you can get the Hebrew definitions of words within the so-called Old Testament. And then we go into the New Testament, and then you get the Greek understanding of the Greek definitions. Now, when you look at Esau, Edom, right? All of a sudden, Edom is changed from Edom to Idumean in Isaiah. Right? That's within now we know it's translated in the Greek, the whole Bible. But all of a sudden you get this Greek form of Edom while you're in the Old Testament. Why is that? And like I've said before, in the book of Jasher, it tells you that Edom and Chittim became one kingdom.
Right.
And that's why you get that Greek form of his name all of a sudden in Isaiah, because this is after the fact of him being mixed with those people.
And you notice that he never wants to be identified as, like, look at this for instance. This is, let me expand this a little bit. You ever seen that before? This is a place called Esauria. In ancient Geographic, a rugged, isolated district in the interior of Asia Minor, a very different extent at different periods. They're letting you know that he kept changing his identity, but generally covering what is now the district of Bozkir and its surroundings in the Konya province of Turkey and in the core of the Taurus Mountains. In the coastal extension, it bordered on Sicilia.
You're in the mountains again.
So here we go. Armenia. This is all Esau's origins. Mesopotamia, where Balaam come from. Now, I wanted to find that. Where is the Esaurian? I don't see it on the map unless I'm blind here. I don't see it on the map, but it says Asia Minor, Anatolia. But let's find out where was it at? And he said they had their own language. Esaurian is an extinct language spoken in the area of Esauria.
That's in Asia Minor. So it should be over there slightly above Cyprus.
Mm-hmm. Wow. South of Iconium. And he says that this was over the Roman rule. See, when the Romans first encountered the Esaurians, early 1st century BC, see, they're calling them the Esaurians here, but in 1st century BC, we know them as the Idumeans.
Mm-hmm.
They regarded Cilicia Trachea as part of Esauria. And the Esaurians were brought particularly under the control in 76, 75 BC by the Romans during the War of Cilician. And they don't realize that they go way back further than that. They go back to the Book of Yashar. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And most people really, man, and if I can say anything, I would really love people to understand. You were reading a little bit of this yesterday, I noticed in your studies. You were reading a little bit of it. And I wanted to give a little bit of validation, not just mention the book of Jasher, right? Now, we know about Jasher, where it's spelled, right? In Joshua 10:13 and 2 Samuel 1:18. And it says, oh, these things written in the book. And it tells you Joshua had said this as he was getting ready to go into battle, and the sun stood still and the moon stayed while he beat the battle. And they were referring to something. You figure if Joshua was a part of the Exodus, he was the youngest there, among the youngest of the generation, and the only ones to make it of that generation over. So what I'm saying is that he couldn't have been talking about nobody else if this was Jasher but Moses, because that was the only one that he could have been, because we were in captivity from that period going all the way back to the sons of Jacob. After the sons of Jacob, all the way back to Abraham, there was no captivity, and there's nobody named Jasher in that. You understand what I mean? Or Yashar in that. But you had referred to something in Deuteronomy you were reading yesterday, a prayer. I think it was you in Deuteronomy 33.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
Right, Banya?
Yeah, it was Deuteronomy 33.
Right. Okay. Now, you was reading here, and I looked at that, and I'm like, these are the 3 times that you will see that. Let's look it up. Right? Jeshurun. It says, now Jeshurun waxed fat and kicked, and thou art waxed, that one you just read. And he was king in Jeshurun, And there is none like the God of Jeshurun. Now let's look at the etymology of that word. This right here means, is for the context. It says Moses was commanded us a law, even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. And he was king in Jeshurun. Now I go to Jeshurun and I look that up. That's Yashar. So when people do not want to accept this for some reason, Bonnie, and I can't figure it out for the life of me. When you read the book of Yashar, you are reading another book written by Moses. It's right here in black and white. He is the king of Yashurun. This is where we get the term where most people are calling us Yasharal and don't even know where it come from.
Jasher.
This is where it come from. From Yashar, Moses, the upright. And when we were in the wilderness, we were Yasharal. He says, when the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together.
Wow.
So this is what confirms and legitimizes why Yashar is such an integral part of my studies. Because it's another extension of the law. It's written by the lawgiver.
Amen.
It was formerly called the Book of Wars. That's why when you read the book of Yashar, it talks about all the conflicts that went down. And it's an exciting book because it tells you details like, for instance, how the 10 sons, or even before that, Abraham, how Abraham with 312 or 318 of his servants went against an army with almost 800,000 men and sent them running. And how the 10 sons, because Joseph and Benjamin were too young, the other 10 sons put 31 kings to flight. Destroyed all of them nations before them. Reuben, and they tell stories of Reuben and Judah going into cities by themselves and killing every man in the city. We got to understand that this is part of the heritage. It's in our DNA. Abraham, when he gave birth to Isaac, it was through the Most High's hand because Sarah was barren. So that hand that pushed that seed into that womb gave us supernatural power because it's not a natural birth in that sense. Then again, with the barren daughters of Rachel and Leah and all of them and what they were going through, praying to the Most High, they give me favor with Jacob and give me a son. And this all gave us special power.
When we read about the 12 patriarchs, it said that Judah had an angel of might that followed them.
Yes, indeed. I own that copy. I own that book as well. That's like I said, that's where all of the stories where you talk about the division between the children of Israel in the last days, saying how we are today.
Hey, I want to share a story with you. I probably shared this before.
Okay, go ahead.
But here's an example of that angel of might. Right, and this was in my younger years when, I wasn't exactly doing what I was supposed to be doing according to what's written. Some reason the Most High saw fit to deliver me and save me, But I was down in Tijuana, right? And we just, we was club hopping, me and my friends. I was in the military at this time. And one of my friends started a fight with a bouncer outside the club.
Ooh.
So we ended up fighting in the middle of the street, bouncers running outside of the clubs, and we in the middle of the street fighting. One guy caught me, and I chased him down, hit him, and then when I turned around, I had about 8 guys on me. They caught me, I fell to one knee, and then they commenced the beating on the top of my head and beating me up. And there was so many of them around me at that point that my friends couldn't even get through the crowd to help me. And I said, Jesus, please help me, while they was beating me. And somebody kicked me, and it helped me to my feet. And when I started throwing punches, every punch that I threw knocked somebody out. And I kid you not.
Wow.
When I got done throwing punches, there lay about 6-7 guys on the ground, and the crowd parted. Now I ran out of the crowd, put my hands up. Sister grabbed me, say, "No, no, 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 no!" And then my friends come running from the other direction. How did you get out of that? How did you get out of that? I didn't have any understanding of how I did it, but later on I understand now that the Most High endowed me with an angel of might at that point.
Yes,
so I started when I started throwing punches, it was kind of like Samson. Everybody that I hit was laid out. To the point that like the whole crowd just stopped, like, what? And parted and got out of my way.
And did your fist hurt afterwards?
No, I ain't feel nothing.
That's how you know.
I ain't have a scratch on me.
That's how you know. That's how you know.
Because
normally, if it's just you,
nothing.
When you knock somebody out, that hand hurt.
I ain't feel nothing.
But after that you listen. The Most High visited you that day.
Yeah, he did. He not only did that, but he saved me because they would have killed me.
Yes, he did. Hey, that's all right, brother. And you know something? Speaking of that, it's a lot of instances, because I know a lot of us have this thing that a lot of people struggle with when it comes to the days of our acknowledging white Jesus. Let's just cut to the chase. Don't acknowledging white Jesus. But to me, I've always, for me, that gives clarity to why the Most High was on, or moved on my behalf, delivered me out of situations, gave me certain situations, put me in situations, particularly in my personal life and in my health or whatever. It's also because of, I think that the core reason is that the Most High believes that if you serve the God of the Bible, and I mean that in every sense of the word, in terms of you seeking and getting to know the Most High through his word, in terms of studying and reading the stories and identifying with the characters and the forefathers in the stories, and you understanding the basics of the laws, particularly the 10 Commandments, if that's what we were limited to in Christianity, then you, and to be more specific, if you honored the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And I think that in a lot of Christianity, particularly the Gentile aspect of it, that part of the equation is left. It's left out, rather, because with Christianity accepting and adopting just the New Testament and the writings of Paul, perhaps, primarily rather, the lineage aspect of it and the birthright aspect of it, and the people who, like Genesis 15 says, Genesis 15 says that makes the distinction. He says, know for a surety that thy seed, where we at? Let me get rid of the whatchamacallums. He's saying, know for a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs. That takes away I'm a spiritual Israelite or the spiritual seed of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that Christian notions. This isolates to a certain group of people who are there by blood. That's the reason why I scoff at people who talk about Hebrew Israelites like we're some kind of movement or some kind of fad or some kind of organization or gang or whatever it is that they try to stereotype us as. We're a lineage. This is our heritage, these scriptures. And this is why I think we got a little bit more of a surety of us being the children of Judah than they are of being any of the tribes in Africa. Why? Because of Deuteronomy 28.
Here's something for the brothers and sisters to consider too. Right? When I called on the Most High, I didn't even know his name. And I was out there on the streets. Right? If the Most High would do that to deliver me out of trouble, imagine what he would do for all of us if we called on him in sincerity.
Yep. That's deep, man. Because that's my life. That's my testimony. Like I said, man, I've been doing this since I was 16 years old. I've been reading the scriptures. My mother was a teacher. My mother was a high school teacher. And my father didn't respect preachers. So he's a self-made man, had a bunch of businesses, taught me a lot about life, but his integrity was from the scriptures because he was raised a certain way. And I think that his distaste for preachers was developed, in how he grew up and what he saw with preachers. But it never took away from the truth or the strength of the scriptures. He still lived like he did. You know what I mean? He lived with integrity. You know what I mean? My father was one of those men that gave black men jobs. His businesses employed nothing but black people. I don't remember any white folks working for my dad. He had gas stations, restaurants. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just so crazy, man, how we've lost so much in this idea of I don't know. I ain't gonna rattle on about it, man, but I tell you, we're in a struggle right now, bro. We are in a heavy duty struggle because our people are drowning because we don't understand that this is not a dress rehearsal. This is the one-time deal. As we live in captivity, you know what I mean? It's up to you to knock on that door. You know what I mean? Knocking, the door shall be open. You got to muster the strength to knock on that door. And that's all it takes. That's considered the mustard seed of faith. To where you're saying that, look, just show me who you are, Elohim. Show me if we the real people of the scriptures. Just to ask, just a request. That's why the Most High says that all of those people are without excuse, because when did they inquire of me? Our people don't inquire of him.
You know, an interesting thing also is this: now that we know that we should keep the laws, statutes, and commandments, it makes it kind of it's a blessing, but it's also a double-edged sword, because now you know when you're doing something wrong, it's kind of harder for our people to lift their heads up and ask the Most High when you know you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, you know?
Right.
So,
Exactly
you
right.
know we're supposed to keep the law, statutes, and commandments, and you doing it, then you won't have anything hindering your prayer. You won't have anything hindering you from calling out to the Most High, especially us that know that we're Israelites.
That's exactly right. But see, that's the reason why I think it's so important for us to understand that this is, as opposed to, even if you're struggling with Christianity in terms of the cornerstone of your studies being of the New Testament, or for example, the writings of Paul and that nature, you'll understand, and as a Hebrew, that this is your birthright. This was almost like a last will and testament for. This is almost like a last will and testament. Hold on, Booby. I'm still doing my podcast. This is my wife, y'all. Hold on. Can I call you back, baby? Okay, I'll call you back. Okay. Well, anyway, it's like our last will and testament. So we can't look at this as though it's some kind of religious doctrine. This is our manual for life. You know what I'm saying? And when you view it from a Gentile's perspective, it takes on the notion of, you know what I mean? It's a religious thing. It's a ritualistic thing. It doesn't become a part of who you are as a person, whereas the Most High tells you that as far as his laws, that's what causes him to even hear your prayers. If you don't understand his law, it's like people, and what I mean by that is the fact that Christianity immediately takes out the Old Testament, the relationship between the law, the prophets and the Most High, and the way that, like this, for instance, let's look at this a passage from a prophet that told John this, fellow servant. Okay, this is where he told him, and I thought that this was so deep. Wanted to say where he tells you that this is the prophecies, and let me go back where he says here we go. Here it go. Forgive me for that. He says, now John was about to fall down at the feet of the angel, right? And the angel told him, see to it that you don't do that, or see thou do it not, for I am a fellow servant and a brethren that have the testimony of Yeshua. Worship Yah. For the testimony of Yeshua is the spirit of prophecy. Why is that important? Because that tells you every prophecy you read in these Old Testament, Psalms, Jeremiah, Isaiah, all of the prophets, he's saying that because you notice that there is no testimony, like all of these other servants and prophets, they all have a book of and the testimony of. He's saying that his testimony is the spirit of prophecy. So every time you hear a prophecy in the scriptures, this is the testimony of Yeshua. That's why he was so far ahead before they said something relating to the scriptures. He already knew what they were talking about. It's his scriptures. It's him that was saying it. It was him putting it through their mouth to foretell these prophecies.
Lo, I come in the volume of the book.
And that's what makes it so. It's like if you don't understand the Old Testament, the prophets, not to mention the Jubilees, Jasher, Enoch, and the other books, but if you can't get a grasp on that, you'll never understand the concept of the Elohim in order to be able to approach him and worship and even get your prayers heard. Got to remember, ignorance is no excuse. Can't say I didn't know. This is what I was taught. Every man's responsible for his own soul. And you can't expect that, you know what I mean, something that somebody else is teaching you that you're blameless somehow because you were the one taught it. You weren't the one teaching it. You were the one it was being taught to. And you were innocent in the matter because you didn't know he was being deceived or he was wrong. That's not an excuse because it's up to you to inquire for yourself. Knock on that door. And you're running out of time. Because at the end of the day, like I was saying in this study, and I hope everybody that he can go back and replay it on YouTube. That's why this is a valuable tool. I was setting out in the final analysis in showing you the prophecy of Daniel 8 in Revelation 13, where he tells you that the sanctuary will be cleansed after 1,300 years, 2,300 years, excuse me. And that date, according to the scriptures, and you got scoffers who have to tell me that, look, the Most High says no one knows the day or the hour. That's foolish. Because the Most High does tell you the season. Sure, he don't tell you the exact day or the hour. I don't expect to know that. That's why he tell you to be ready. And he uses the parable of the 7 wise and 7 foolish virgins.
You know what else, Elder? And I went through this in the presentation on the 400 years truth versus scoffers. That when the scripture says that, it's talking specifically about Mashiach's return.
That's exactly right.
It's not talking about our deliverance out of the land. And that would negate the fact that he told them, all the years that would be accomplished.
That's right. But I use that analogy or that example to let you know that, for example, what was going on with John the Baptist that you read in the Prince of the House of David, where they talk about how all of the people were traveling all around the world, or around the known world at the time, to come hear John the Baptist speak. And it's because them all knowing the prophecy spoken of in Daniel about the Jerusalem being built up unto Messiah, they knew the time or the season in which, alongside with the Magi, they knew the season in which Messiah was going to come. So, and John the Baptist being there confirmed it. And that's why a lot of them were present, it wasn't happenstance at the time that Messiah showed up, when the Spirit of Yah descended on him like a dove. People got to read this. It's called the Prince of the House of David. It's another gospel. It's another account of the gospel written by a female. Her name was Dinah. And she was one of the cousins and relatives of Mary and John, and Mary and John the Baptist. And it's deep. It's incredible. So, and when it comes to this in the 1,300-year prophecy or the 2,300-year prophecy, it's just another example of that the Most High is telling you, yeah, I'm going to give you a time to look out for when your redemption. Not in addition to that, he's telling you the signs of the judgments, the way he tells you to look up and to rejoice, for thy redemption draweth nigh. And we see all of those things now, but a lot of those are kind of vague. But this here tells you for the learned, for the elect. He gives you more of a clarified answer, a specific answer. And he tells you why in conjunction in Revelation 13 that the beast that we described, established the horns, America, the whore riding the beast, yada, 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 that this beast system was able to continue 42 months. Why 3.5 years? Because Genesis 15 said it would be over in 2019. And the Most High always gives us space to repent. You read all throughout Revelation, all of these things that we get on, and I can tell you, we're almost at the end of it. I can remember years ago, you know, not to mention the COVID, the riots, all of the different things that have been happening all over the world since 2020. You know, the George Floyd riots, the COVID, you know, the inflation, you know, all of the different things that are happening right now. Nation is rising against nation. Every single nation in the world got a beef with each other. The nations of Jeremiah 50 and Jeremiah 51 of the nations of the Persians or the Medes, for that fact. What he called Mini, Ararat, and he said the Medes, Mini, and Ararat, and Ashkenaz. Well, Ashkenaz we know is old name for the Russians that come out of Russia. Ararat is Turkey. Mini is Armenia, and he said he was going to raise up these kings. And right now, these nations are all beefing with America. So that alone, I don't have to get specific. I just wanted to show how close we are in prophecy. He's telling you that that land we come from, after 2,300 years, after the breaking up of Alexander the Great into 4 kingdoms, after his death, would be 2,300 years. And according to my math, 2,300 years added to 323 BC, which is negative 323 BC, which brings us back up to 2000. Add the 23 after 2000, it's 2023.
I want to ask your opinion on something.
Sure, brother.
So Genesis 1:14 says, and the Most High said, let there be light in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. Now, the reason why I was reading that, because we know that there's an eclipse happening in 2024. That when you put those two eclipses that happened, the one that happened in 2017 and the one that's happening in 2024, and I believe it's somewhere around in April. I don't know when most people celebrate the Passover, but it's somewhere around in that time in the Hebrew New Year, right? Where this eclipse is going to form an X right in the middle of the United States.
I thought that happened in 2016.
No, the first one happened in 2017.
Okay.
Let me share my not my scripture, share my screen with you.
Okay.
Let's see if I can pull this up. I wanted to get your
Go ahead, brother. I'm interested in that kind of stuff too. That's where I'm at too. Go for it.
Okay.
I guess I'm gonna leave it to you to handle that part of bringing the screen back up.
I'm gonna bring it up now. So I don't want to put it on something that's gonna be going on into everything else. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna pull this up here. Share that.
Okay. Let me see.
I'm gonna share this video real quick and see. I wanted to get your opinion on this and see what you thought.
Okay, but I'm still seeing my screen. You got to do something so I can see it, brother.
Yeah, I got it up now. So you just have to drop yours.
Okay, so drop it.
Like go back into like the.
So should I put hide or I'm kind of lost here right now. Let me go back up here.
So
Go back up and then it's push stop sharing.
Yeah, you don't. Well, you shouldn't have to stop sharing because I brought this. The screen is down, so you should be able to see my screen if you minimize yours.
Okay, now I'm only seeing my screen in the stop sharing bar.
Try minimizing or going into the.
I'm on my desktop now. I got nothing else to minimize now except for the bar that says stop sharing.
All right, so go into the StreamYard lobby where we are.
Okay. Go to the stream lobby. Okay, let's go back. That'll work. Okay, let me go back there again. Hold on. Okay, and now I see it.
All right, great.
Now I see it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Now you're there. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. That was a waste of time, but go ahead. Now go for it.
I'm trying to find out where does it say that. All right, so
take your time.
America on April 8th of 2024.
Right,
there will no longer be 10 horns within that block. The group of 10 will be reduced to 7. And when you include the AC, he will be the 8th. So this solar eclipse across America on April 8th of 2024 points towards a countdown to the destruction of America. The same destruction that we cite within Scripture. The Word of God does not give a date, yet it does share events that we can track, which lead into this. We know within this sequence of events that there is.
I just kind of wanted to point to where the X actually marks.
Right. I got where you're going, and it's deep because I always looked at it like this. You got to remember too, we're in the wilderness. After we leave here, Most High says that he's going to set his hand again to gather the remnant from the islands and from the Hamath and that prophecy that he speaks of, that he's going to set his hand again. And so it appears to me that if there is going to be an eclipse that destroys America, and that is applicable to our narrative, then that would mean if we are in the Holy Land at this point, and we're gathered in 2023, as my calculation, my studies point to, then there's a scripture that tells you that in Babylon came into his remembrance.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me that when he says in Babylon came into his remembrance, that inferred to me that we were out of there and we were in the land, because it says that we would be thinking about the Northern Army.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells us not to worry about the Northern Army, which seems to suggest that he was going to, and I'm trying to pull my screen up so I can go to the scriptures where I could show it, but now I'm having issues bringing that back up. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do it this way here. Let me see if I can go back. Can you see my screen again?
Yeah, I'm adding it. Yeah, I can see it.
You can see it. Okay, hold on. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Let's see if we can see that. How about that?
Yeah.
As far as, like I said, that's, and not only that, they're going by an almanac. They're going by an almanac that's basically a computer generated analysis based on the almanac and all of projected paths of the sun and the moon with these eclipses and whatnot, which tells me that if they're left on these particular, what they call these calculation charts that they have that tells them so many years ahead of where the earth and sun are going to be and have their revelation and how they're supposed to, by continually on this certain cycle to where it'll be after so many revolutions or whatever their calculations infer, that it'll position the earth and sun this way. Those are all, like I said, those are calculations that never meant to me that this was something that the Most High would have let them become privy to, as far as because remember when he says the sun and the moon will turn to blood, right? And I don't know if that infers a blood moon or not there. They was talking about that sort of like an eclipse or whatever that was. But the blood moon that I believe that he's inferring to is going to be one that they don't see, that they don't project, that's going to come out of nowhere. Because other than that, how many blood moons have we had to where it ended up where that wasn't it? We still here, and there isn't been any major destruction. But he tells you in Malachi, let me see if I can go back to that one. All right. That's another thing about the law of Moses I wanted us to remember. He always tells us that we got to remember ye the law of Moses, my servant. And this is before he tells us he'll send us Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and terrible day. So he's telling you the only way that you're going to be able to understand this, as per Deuteronomy 30, he's telling you when you get into the lands that you scattered to, you're going to bring these laws to mind. And that's what we're doing right now. So as far as them being able to foretell when their judgment is coming, and I know that was probably sounded like a Hebrew saying that. I would imagine that he got that information about the upcoming eclipse or whatever was prophesied in 2023. And for me, it's like if the white man is on it, and I don't mean it like that, but if Gentiles are doing it where they look at, because they look at it like it's some kind of spectacle, these blood moons and red moons and wolf moons and all of these different kinds of moons that they have in these eclipses. These are scientific spectacles for them. That's the reason why I believe the one that they see that the Most High sends, their almanac is never going to see coming. It's going to be a big, bold one, out of place, preceding something that's going to be terrible. Got to remember what does Daniel chapter 12 say? Let's look at this, what Daniel chapter 12 says. He says, at that time, Michael shall stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of the people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time, thy people shall be delivered. Everyone that shall be found written in the book. Now, we always say the book of life because of Revelation, but he's saying found written in the book. And what book is that? That's the book that Enoch records, that he tells you in his book, that he writes a book of everybody that has a record of either righteousness in that book and the book of people who has transgressed the Most High. And the book he talking about here is the book of the living, the book of the righteous, the book of life. So Enoch is the one who records the names and puts it in this book. And and he's telling you here, and what I showed you this for is he's telling you here, he says, go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed to the time of the end. So he's saying that even though the words are going to be available to everybody, and the Gentiles and all of those in control, the preachers and the Catholic priests and the Pope, and everybody will be able to read this, but it'll be sealed till the time of the end, the understanding of it and the revelation of it. He said, many shall be purified and made white and tried, but the wickedly shall do wickedly. The wicked shall do wickedly. And he said, and none of the wicked shall understand, but the wise shall understand. So he's telling us that during these times when this revelation is starting to open up, that the wicked ain't going to understand what's going on. Wicked can't understand these revelations that are only left for those who are here. Because I remember, the Ruach is a teacher. He said the Holy Spirit will teach you all things. That's why, even though to us it's a great help, it's still to the author of that passage. He said you're going to be helping with a little help.
I want to read something.
Go ahead.
I want to read something, and it kind of goes along with what you were saying. So this was in Deuteronomy chapter 29. It's basically talking about those who are obedient to the Most High and those who aren't. You know what? Let me read it. It's better to read it than to paraphrase, so I can show you what it's saying here.
Sure.
I'm sharing my screen now.
Okay. Let me go back.
I'm gonna read the whole thing because it's I don't want to read the whole thing, but I'll start at 29:5. 29:4.
Okay.
So it says, yet the Most High have not given you an heart to perceive, the eyes to see, and the ears to hear unto this day. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxing old upon you, and thy shoes is not waxing old upon thy foot. Ye have not eaten bread, neither have ye drunk wine nor strong drink, that ye might know that I am the Most High Elohim. And when ye came unto this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon and Og the king of Bashan came out against us unto battle, and we smote them. We took their land and gave it for the inheritance unto the Reubenites, and to the Gadites, and to the half tribe of Manasseh. Keep therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do. Ye stand this day, all of you, before the Most High, your Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy strangers that is in thy camp, from the hewer of the wood unto the drawer of thy water. Right now, just to stop right there, that tell you the strangers were servants unto us. All right, now let me keep going.
Go ahead.
That thou shouldest enter into covenant with the Most High thy Elohim, and into his oath which the Most High thy Elohim maketh with thee this day, that he may establish thee today for a people unto himself, and that he may be unto thee a Elohim, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before the Most High our Elohim, and also with him that is not here with us this day. That's talking about us.
Mm-hmm.
For
That's
ye know.
sure.
Exactly.
Because you got to remember, people don't understand that when you read the book of Hosea, that was a divorce.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. For ye know not how I have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how I came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you a man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turneth away this day from the Most High our Elohim, to go and serve the gods of these nations. Lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he heareth the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imaginations of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. The Most High would not spare him, but then the anger of the Most High and his jealousy shall smote against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Most High shall blot out his name from under heaven. Now let me stop right there. So that's telling you, this is the reason why the curses is on us. A lot of people from Christianity, oh, he cursed them, he didn't curse y'all. No, it says upon thy seed forever. And this right here explaining that it would be upon his seed. Those who were there, he made this oath with them, and also us that wasn't there. But
that's right.
Afterwards.
That's right.
And it goes on to say in 21, and the Most High shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in the book of the law, so that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues that of that land and the sickness which the Most High have laid upon it. Let me move up some. And that the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that it is not sown nor buried, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Amar and Zebulun, which the Most High overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, wherefore hath the Most High done this unto this land? What meaneth the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Most High Elohim of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went to serve other gods and worship them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of the Most High was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. And the Most High rooted them out of their land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. The secret things belong unto the Most High, Elohim, but those things which are revealed belong to us.
Us, yes.
Children, that we may do all the words of this law. So these things belong to us, just like you were saying, brother.
Yep.
That understanding belongs to us.
That understanding, and it's a secret. They said it's not for private interpretation. Yes, it is.
That's right.
Yes, it is. You hear Christians say that well, the scriptures say that it ain't for private interpretation. Yes, it is. When it comes to these deep things, now the law and righteousness isn't. The laws of the Most High is for everybody. He implores the whole world to be able to follow his law and account yourself among the righteous. But when it comes to these secret things, particularly things dealing with the covenant, the people who are in covenant with him, covenant relationship with, through blood, those things only the elect ought to find out. And us who belong to that heritage, like I said, through the seed of Abraham. That's it. That's our birthright. This law is our birthright. This covenant takes precedence over any relationship with any nation in the world or any laws in the world. And we just don't seem to understand that. And what I wanted to rap to you about was what's going on with these brothers with the Indian thing. I've never been able to understand that, to where you have brothers who are really strong in this doctrine, where they're talking about the Native Americans are the Hebrews, and combining them two narratives. And to me, it's like there's just no way that could possibly be true. Even by the strongest, greatest stretch of the imagination, could that ever be true? How can we be a stranger in a land that is not ours, and then it turn around and this is our land and we natives to
it? Something's amiss.
Something's crazy. Especially a land that he says your fathers knew not.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, if Africa is the cradle of civilization and all life began, as all these scientists say, in Africa,
mm-hmm.
then that means that even if the Canaanites or the Indians, who they say they ain't African, you ain't got no connection to Africa, they don't realize if that's true, then even the Indians come from Africa.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? Maybe perhaps before the flood, I'm not too sure about this, but I'm hearing that it was, before the flood, it was all just one landmass.
Well, it's actually after the flood. After the flood. If you look at this was here it go. Can you see that screen?
Hold on, let me share.
Can you see that, Brother Bond?
Yeah.
Now it says here, unto Eber were born two sons, and one was Peleg, because in his days the earth was divided. Now, a lot of people say that meant that the earth was divided up into the children of Noah. I don't believe that. I believe he's saying to where the Most High divided the earth geographically and separated the continents after the Tower of Babel. And that's why when you look at Revelation 17, let's look at Revelation 17. Revelation 17 talks about he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And she was arrayed in purple and scarlet and all that. And, it tells you this Babylon the Great. Well, this is why I showed you. He carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. It's a wilderness because the Americas wasn't discovered at that time. The Phoenicians or the Olmecs or whoever it was they want to attribute it to, who managed to take that route over to them, rather it be from the Mediterranean, closest route to South America, rather, or they went up to the north where the Eskimos and those of Asia and those which I would, my logical choice would be, which if we drove them out of the land, beginning with Abraham and all the way up into the days of David, when we chased them all out, and they went up into, like we were studying earlier with the Hittites and Khazaria, and they were moving all up into northern Europe, that they were expanding. Because you got to remember, you're talking about nomads versus people who were given birthrights, given inheritances. That's what determined what a nation, in terms of their what I could say their characteristics as a people would be. The people of the scriptures, all of the nations who are still, like all of the nations of Europe, all of the nations of most of the nations of Shem, India and all of these other nations, except for maybe China and them now, because they finally moved into the lands they were given. But the lands primarily that were given to the sons of Noah, the sons of Canaan didn't want that land. And they first started settling in lands. You read about this in the book of Jubilee, the curse associated with him, to where he said that the curse comes with taking a land that wasn't allotted to you. So at the end of the day, when they took all of these curses, they took all of these lands that they didn't belong in. And that showed them, particularly when it comes to the Canaanites, you see the root word in Cain and Canaanite, meaning Cain was a wanderer. Wanderer is another word for nomad. And Hebrews are not nomadic people. If we were, we would have nomaded our asses out of Babylon years ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's not our nature, because we were given inheritances. We are the people, like I said, when the Most High drove us out of that land we were given, we were lost. We were subjective to the people we were captive to. But the point is that when he carried him away to show him America, there was nobody here. It was a wilderness. And that's what proves to me that the days of Peleg, particularly after the Tower of Babel, and you read about the Tower of Babel in Genesis 10, where he talks about, or I think it's Genesis 11. Yeah, Genesis 11, where they talk about them building the tower. And it was like all of the whole world was of one language and one tongue. But afterwards, he says it. He said, now this is why they called it Babel, because the Elohim did confound the language of all the earth. And from there, did the Elohim scatter them abroad upon the face of all of the earth. So he scattered them out of the place. So if there were tribes there during they had no understanding of the covenant that it took place, because remember, this happened, millennia before the Exodus, or not even say millennia, but it happened at least 500 to 1,000 years before the Exodus. So they would have, if they would have been separated and scattered at the days of the tower, that definitely disqualifies the Indians, because they would have missed the covenant given at Mount Sinai in the wilderness. That wilderness. That's how they couldn't have been Hebrew Israelites, because and their headdress, dressing like birds, the Indian chiefs with the bird headdress. That tells you right there. That's more connection to the Hittites and the Phoenicians, particularly. What's a Phoenician root word for? A phoenix, a bird. They worship the birds. And what did the scriptures say about Esau?
He said,
to the eagle.
Where is the eagle fly?
That's right. He would represent himself as an eagle. He would lift up himself.
Though you exalt thyself as the eagle.
That's right.
Though you set thy nest above the stars.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that exalts him. And not only that, it connects him to his Canaanite roots. To where they dress up like that eagle and put the bird headdress on, particularly the what they call amaru. I don't know if any of you've ever heard of this before. Let me see if I can go to my search engine. And let's go to amaru. Amaru. Okay, let's go to Amaru, or the South American dialect. Let me go back to that other one. I'll use the same one here. Amorica. Okay, let's just go back door then. Let's go back to the land of the plumed serpent. Okay, let me go to Wikipedia then. Let me go to this one then. Because this right here gives you a serious understanding of dragons of Sumer, Amorites, Og, Bashan. That's not it. But that shows you a relativity of the people who settled America were. Is that it? Here it go. The mythology of the Andean civilizations of South America, the Amaruca, the Qatari, is a mythical serpent or dragon most associated with the Tiwanaku in the Inca empires. In Inca mythology, Amaruca is a large double-headed serpent that dwells underground at the bottom of the lakes and rivers, illustrated with the heads of a bird or a puma. Amaruca can be seen emerging from the central element in the center of the stepped mountain or the pyramid motif of the gateway of the sun in Tiwanaku. So you see this? This is what they're representing, these Indians. This is what they're mimicking with the headdress. See that?
What is that?
This is over the dragon. They're saying the original name when the Incas and all that, which proves also that we weren't no Hebrews, because they worship Kukulkan, which I believe Kukulkan. Is that it? Yes. Kukulkan. Kukulkan is the plumed serpent the Mesoamerican serpent deity of the pre-Columbine, which means this is before Columbus, Yucatec Maya. So they're representing a dragon before they were even. Remember? Oh my goodness. He saw a dragon rise out of the tent. Come on. This is connecting the dots for you. This is the cult of Kukulkan Quetzalcoatl. This is where they get all of this serpent worship and their so-called spiritualism from. And I'm like, our people have no idea. You trying to emulate a people that the Most High hated to the degree to where he rooted them out the land. And why? They worship the serpent deity. Snake worship. So this is another reason why this land is scheduled. You got to remember, he talks about that in Babylon. He says, Babylon, who are to be destroyed. So he's saying before we were even a nation, we were slaughtered to be destroyed. That's in Psalms, I believe. O daughter of Babylon, that's even more specific. And think about this too. He's telling you here in the passage, remember, O Yahweh, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundations thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. So he's saying that you're going to get rewarded the same way you rewarded us as your captives. And he notice how he connects it to Edom. He tells us when he's destroying Babylon to remember the children of Edom. And like I said, they go all the way back from America to the English, who were the Puritans and the settlers and the colonists.
Just on another note with what you were saying with that one thing that the Indians were worshiping. Here's an image from the movie Black Panther.
Okay, let me go down my screen so I can see it.
You see that?
Ooh.
Now it says Black Panther Wakanda continues a series of quests. The name of this guy was who is Kukulkan? It said neighbor, nameless connection. Now, right here it says Black Panther Wakanda forever. How did Kukulkan get the name neighbor? So that's who this guy was.
Wow! You just made that connection. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, you was talking about the headdress with the feathers and everything. And you got
about the black
dragon face right there. See that dragon face?
Yes. Hey, Bonnie, you just brought the Bonnie. I forgot. I saw that Black Panther, the second one. Mm-hmm. And I forgot about him in there and how they lifted up Kukulkan.
Mm-hmm. With the feathers, the winged serpent.
Wow. Deep.
So they try to put that type of stuff into our heads too. You know, to have us acknowledging
it's to by default we end up worshiping the dragon.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And rooting for him. Rooting for the villain of the evil, the wicked ones.
But notice how they tried to literally usurp the whole thing with the Black Panthers and the whole, the set apart nation of downtrodden but turns out to be the strength of the earth, the salt of the earth that Wakanda was, they're making it like, oh, they made a covenant with these Cuckoo Khan folks.
Mm-hmm. All right, so check it out. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for a few people to come up and say their piece.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go through a couple of comments.
Yeah, man, we went on long. I'm sorry, brother, man.
Man, this is awesome, bro. Oh no, man, I wouldn't have had it any other way, man. This was awesome.
Appreciate that, awesome, man. I appreciated building with you, man. And you do what you got to do. I enjoyed this with all my heart, brother. This was a blessing.
Oh man, it was a blessing.
But you go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm still here though.
Indeed. So I just dropped the link, so I'll give a few people a chance to come up and say their piece. You know, and then I'm gonna go through a couple of start comments, maybe a couple of people. As a matter of fact, while y'all coming into the room, I'm gonna go through these start comments that we had in here. So I'm gonna drop the link a couple of times so y'all don't miss it. Okay. The comments. I'm gonna drop it 2 more times. So anybody that want to come and say their piece can get a chance to say their piece. The information was awesome though, bro. Let me go through some of these start comments real quick. All right, so we had the Sister Joy. The Sister Joy said the scientists did not consider Neanderthals human until DNA. No, I'm sorry, I misread it. Said the scientists did not consider Neanderthals human until DNA studies showed they were the ancestors to white Europeans. Yeah, that's right. You know, they wasn't human until they wow, they're related to us. So yeah, they were human. You know, they were highly intelligent beings. You know, because they're related to us, they have to be. All right. Now, you had another one here by brother Jason Philip McCauley. As usual, the brother Jason dropping that knowledge in Genesis 10:3-4. And he says, and the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Rephath, and Togarmah, the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. And then it continues on in Genesis 10:5. These were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. All right. So there go to brother Jason dropping that basics on you right there. That's basic understanding, right? We got the brother. I'm sorry if you're not a brother. Watching Discern says, Joy, yeah, they changed that up quick. It was all good when they were pushing it on us as being the descendants of monkeys. Yeah, exactly. You know, when they were trying to claim we was monkeys, and then they found out they related to Reese's monkeys, then they tried to change it up. And then someone said, I don't know anybody that digs into the lineage of ancient biblical tribes as extensive as Dion. Yeah, the brother definitely brought that heat. It was very edifying, and I can't wait to have the brother on again. This is an awesome build. Awesome, man. It was. I can't say enough about it. It was great. And the brother up next says, right, because Esau can thin and breed his seed out. The Israelites are forbidden from mixing their seed out. That's why Esau's seed is spoiled. Yeah, Esau's seed is spoiled according to all the things that he mixed with. 100. And then the brother Jason Philip McCauley once more. He says, if you brothers can speak on Azov Battalion in Ukraine and what it represents, and the EU and their support for Azov Battalion in Ukraine, and why Russia is eradicating Nazis. So let me drop all the brothers back in here real quick, and we're gonna start with
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now, brother.
Okay, great. I got lost you for a while, and I didn't get the comments in that I wanted to respond to that comment. So whatever I missed while I was gone, could you repeat it, Banya?
Yeah, so most of them were just commenting on most of them was just commenting on the understanding of the Neanderthal DNA and everything. Sister Joy made a comment about the Neanderthal DNA and how Europeans denied that they had any intelligence or that they were human until they found out that white people actually possessed the same DNA as these Neanderthals. And then we had another brother while watching the CERN respond to the comment. He said, yeah, they changed that up quick. It was all good when they were pushing it on us as being descendants of monkeys.
Well, that's a great observation, Obanya, because according to the book of Daniel, it says that this kingdom, which we know of as the kingdom of Esau, it says that they would mingle their seed with the seed of men.
Mm.
And as we read in that Strong's about the Caith or the Kuthians, that they were a devil, they were a he-goat. It's almost like that beast DNA that the devil possessed was mixed with us.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But go ahead. That's just my synopsis. I believe that the Neanderthal gene is the smoking gun as to the connection of Esau and the dragon. That's the gene that identifies and isolates the serpent seed bloodline.
Mm-hmm. I don't even think they're human because of all the things that they mix with.
Exactly right.
You know. But let's move forward. And lastly, just to get this out, the brother Jason Philip McCauley again says he wants to know if you brothers can speak on Azov Battalion in the Ukraine and what it represents, and the EU and their support for Azov Battalion in the Ukraine, and why Russia is eradicating Nazis. All right, so we'll try to combat that or get on that real quick. But first, I want to talk to the brother Weiss W.H. Keith Berry. Shalom and blessed, brother. How's it going? You're muted. Hold on, let me take. You got to unmute your mic, brother.
As it can only go, brother. How are you?
Doing great, brother. Great.
Good. Heaven declares Yah's glory. Yeah, brother, I tried to contact you last night. It said action not allowed. So I'd like to touch on that before we go further. What do you think? I mean, let me make sure I got the right salt of the earth at gmail144.com.
No, salt of the earth 144 at gmail.com.
Okay, I think I tried that as well, and still it said the same thing. So just so you know, how about I put my Gmail in here and you contact me and we can go from there.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
just
yeah,
put it in the private chat, and then we can go from there.
You mean after we're done talking here now?
No, just put in the private chat, and then I'll contact you through the email. That way you get the email. I email for sure. Also,
but private chat. What do you mean?
All right. So when you look over here on the far right side, there's a
chat at the bottom.
Yeah, it says private chat on the right hand side over here.
Oh, I see it now.
Oh, you're on the phone that you might not be able to see it. That might be
right.
All right. How I'm gonna do this?
Whatever happened to old age phone number, brother? I can put it and you can call and then go from there. But I don't know. I'm not afraid of the old way of, the number.
Darnell.
Yeah.
Darnell.
Oh, I'm still on, baby.
Oh, I thought someone was calling the brother. All right, so check out here. I want you to post the email so we can correspond that way.
Okay, I'll put it after we're done. I'll put it back in on the live chat. That's the only way I know where to put it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And so, yeah, but anyway, yeah, enjoyed the Shabbat day, spending with brothers that are sisters that are Yah called, you see, that, but some are still using God. But why? HWH. God is a three-letter triune title, just like YAH, by the way, a name. But why do we have four senses? Yah's image is why, Yah logically. East, south, west, north. 1, 2, 3, 4 winds, ends, corners of earth. Well, YHWH, articulated, pronounced Yah, according to Strong's Concordance, word number 3050. But again, that book, as all words, must be, right, divided truthfully, you see, as Yah grants the understanding, the discernment about heaven, earth,
I'm sorry.
beginning.
Pardon, I didn't. Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, good.
What did you think about the information that the brother DIONTOLI brought out? Was it anything?
Oh, extensive, deep, enlightening, divided. Some parts it just don't set well as the parts that did set well. You see, because that's just the nature of information. Much of it very informative, enlightening, deep, etc. Some of it questionable, but in righteousness, not in judgment, in terms of unrighteous judgment. Y'all said what? John said 7:24, judge righteous judgment. So some of the things that were said are correctable in righteousness, is what y'all think.
Let me ask, what did you seem to have questions about, or seem something that, if you don't mind me asking, that
I don't mind it. Don't mind at all. Let me. Some of the part when you were talking about. Oh boy, it escapes me now because there's so much going on via texting and listening. But the part about the seven, not the seven heads and the nations, all of that's clear. But when it gets, oh yeah, how about Daniel? When you were in Daniel, I believe it was 8, and then perhaps 9. Well, what's the connection between the end of all that you have shared informatively? What's the end of all that according to Daniel 9:24? When you was reading about the desecration, oh yeah, and the 2300 year time frame explained, etc. That was enlightening. But Daniel 9:24, is that not the prophesied sealed book, unsealed at the pole, the tree, and properly the cross? When Mashiach Yah raised himself, does that not represent the end of the all? Meaning what was prophesied in Daniel 8, 23, I mean the 2300 year and the desolation of the temple, etc. Sin has an end because it had a beginning, iniquity.
Do us a favor. Do us a favor, brother. Pull up Daniel 9:24, and I want to hear you expound on that.
Yah, praise Yah's holy name. Daniel 9:24. Yah logically in
Hello? No, we lost him. All right. So, okay, so
I never really got that, because I explained to him, if the sanctuary was going to be cleansed, if the sanctuary was going to be cleansed and we were going to be delivered, Daniel 12, if he keep reading on, Daniel 12 tell him that at that time, when this consternation of the world would start to take place like it is, then at that time we would be delivered.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to see. I wanted to see what he was getting at from that, because I'm looking at it and I'm like, I'm pretty much where the audience is. That was on point what you gave. So I didn't see anything lacking in that area.
I don't know. I don't know either, but I can tell you this. That's why it was such a big deal for me to be able to share the screen, so I could show you the scriptures and the sources of wherever I'm getting this information from. This is not just pulled out of a hat. You understand what I mean? And the thing that would explain to him, as far as him saying that in the sin and all of that, I put it like this. I was never really discussing, the end of sin, or the end of the final judgment in terms of putting the devil under his foot. All of those are separate and distinct events.
Yeah.
I was just talking about, as this study, the deliverance, the 2,300 years as it pertains to the 400-year prophecy, and how that connects to the events going on in the world, and how the beast was able to continue for 42 months to continue this captivity beyond 2019, when we expected to be delivered. We got clarity as to why we still here. And to answer that brother's question about Ukraine, I don't pay attention to Ukraine because Ukraine is a heritage of Esau's. So only thing I know about Ukraine is that it's expected to be destroyed, because the Most High swore that he would lay every piece and place of his heritage a wasteland.
Well, what I think the brother was trying to ask is, did you believe that what part do you believe Russia is playing in all of this?
Well, Russia's plan in all of this is to make Ukraine uninhabitable.
Okay.
They're getting pushed against the wall now because America's been throwing some of their more sophisticated weapons at them that they promised they wasn't going to give them in the beginning. But now that the Russians are using those hypersonic missiles, and they really start in the drones from Iran, it's starting to change the tide of the battle. So, but I believe because of the inquiring of Ukraine to join Russia, or not Russia, but join NATO, and Russia thinking that it would be America's way of adding another base to this sort of gauntlet they have surrounding Russia, where they got all of these nations bases pointing at them, to where if there's a conflict break out, they'll immediately be able to just put them down like a sick dog. Or China as well. They got the same bases surrounding them. But in this case with Ukraine seems to be able to have this thing to where Russia seems like if they can destroy that land to the degree to where it's a wasteland, then America ain't going to have no place to put no bases. And he's going to put a buffer between Russia and Ukraine, to where all of those other NATO countries that joined after the fall or the dissolution of the Soviet Union, that was against that charter in the first place. That when NATO was formed, they took away a lot of, like Poland and Czechoslovakia, and all of those nations joined under protest of Russia, because they was like, that's an expansion of NATO territory. So Ukraine became the last straw. It's like, you're not going to point all these missiles at us. So Russia put their foot down. And then now with Taiwan, and they first, because got to remember, they took back Hong Kong, and America said, that's it. Nobody else is getting anything back. You know what I mean? Because we had a lot of 100-year treaties going around where they gave away Taiwan, some stuff, not excluding Japan. Japan, you know, they took the L, and they're occupied. Regardless of what they say, they can make it to where Japan is a profitable nation and a strong economy, and even propping them up there next to them on the G7. But don't get it twisted. They're an occupied nation. Why? Because they're allowing them to place all of their bases in there to where Japan can't even maintain their own base on their own. But I've said enough on that, I guess. You know what I mean? Because I'll keep going with it, because it's a lot of information concerning Ukraine and that whole thing, because this is the catalyst that is going to bring us into a wider conflict globally.
All right, so watching this was asking, do you have a YouTube channel as well, Brother Dion?
Yeah, it's the same name, DIONTOLI.
All right, give me the link so I can post it on in the chat.
Yeah, I mean,
link so I can let everybody.
I guess what would you put? Just DIONTOLI at YouTube channel. I don't have any other name to go by, but
I mean,
all I know is my brother went to look for it and he couldn't find it on there yesterday, and that rattled me because it tells me they're blocking my channel, and that's disturbing. And because I got a few videos on there, but let me just lowercase DIONTOLI, and if I could put it in the comment box,
I see it. I'm gonna post the link in the chat.
Yeah, just DIONTOLI.
Like, share, and subscribe, and also subscribe to the brother's channel.
Yeah, you know, listen, I can tell you that, you know,
posted in the chat.
It'd be good for them to get into some of the stuff that I did, but I really, like I said, this is new to me because I really do a lot of things in text now that they shut G+ down. I really a writer. I do a lot of things that I write. I post a lot of written text with a lot of written sources. You know what I mean? It's that you know, that student that my mother made out of me. I can't. So a lot of my stuff comes out in reports, essays, you know, many testimonies, what have you, and different revelations and stuff on it. So it would be better if y'all, you know, went and looked at a lot of the stuff that I've written, especially if you're avid readers, that on Facebook. I write a lot of posts on Facebook, but now I'm starting to gravitate into it because I've done about 15, 16 videos. So I'm now starting to gravitate a little bit into the videos thing now that time is starting to wind down. That's why I appreciated this thing from you, Banya, so much, because, you know, I really don't do this kind of thing, and it's a treat for me, and it's a way for me to fellowship with the brothers, and hopefully we can all share some ideas. You know what I mean? Because I know that I don't have a monopoly on things, being that I'm older and have more experiences. That doesn't determine the quality of a man's revelation. You know what I mean? It's how much the man wants it and what he seeks. And what he actually, you know, the Messiah said, what would the Messiah do if a man asked him for bread and he give him a stone? You know what I mean? You ask the Most High for it, he gonna give it to you. So that's really what it is. I'm just aware if we can all put our heads together, we can get some, you know what I mean, some traction on this body right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, we got the brother back in. Keep buried.
Go ahead, brother.
Peace and blessing, brother. We lost you when I actually expound on that one jump. And Daniel 9:24. Your mic is muted.
Okay, so Daniel 9:24. Did you guys hear anything that y'all shared?
We didn't hear anything. You went out, brother.
You went out.
Okay. All right. Daniel 9:24. 70 weeks are determined. Now, that's about, I got it written down somewhere, y'all. about the time BCE wise, subtracted from AD now, which would have been about the time that Mashiach, Yah, made his grand appearance.
Okay,
you see,
if I may, let me interrupt you real quick, because what you were talking about and what I was talking about are two separate and distinct things. The prophecy of the 70 weeks, where he talks about in that prophecy, he says that the going forth of the command to rebuild the temple and unto the Messiah, and he talks about that whole historical event that took place with Herod and the Edomites, funded by Rome, and rebuilding the temple. This was just Jerusalem being, and the temple being rebuilt unto Messiah. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about.
Okay, but what about the rest of the verse? So Mashiach is born, right, by a spirit of that womb, which ain't Mary's, by the way. Yah is the possessor, heaven, earth. So again, Yah is one man. Briefly, Genesis 2:21 through 24, that rib, external genitalia, he made woman, one flesh. So mother, father is accounted for, child, son. But Yah, mother of all living, Genesis 3:20. But back to Isaiah, Daniel. Now these 70 weeks now to finish the transgression, brother Dion, is that not talking about his death? What it would represent? It would finish the transgression of mankind, Jew, Gentile, in that vernacular of mankind. It will make an end of sins, singular, plural, make reconciliation for iniquity. What? The death of the Holy One. Yah Mashiach, Yah, Son, Isaiah. Behold, your Yah will appear in the flesh.
Hold on 1 second, because we losing the audience. So I'm confused because I'm failing to understand how this relates to the context in which the brother was teaching.
Yeah, and I know, I hate, with all due respect, brother, it sounds like you're rambling, and I mean that respectfully.
I know, I take it that way.
For one, my brother, and I do, and I mean this with all sincerity, that I understand where you're coming from, and whatever it is that you're trying to articulate, it's not coming out. It's coming out as almost like you're just kind of colliding all of your thoughts together, and they're just kind of coming out all convoluted. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to convey to you is that prophecy in which you're referring to, you're talking about the establishment of salvation for the children known as the Yahudi. That's what you're talking about. That's what he's saying. It was established, it was the end of all sin, and it made reconciliation for that rebellion or the transgressions that we had committed that caused us and Daniel to go into the captivity they were in the first place. You understand that? And he's saying that this Messiah, he would bring reconciliation to that. As we know, Yeshua is the way. So,
do you have two, brother? Are you talking about two? Sorry for interrupting, but it's necessary. Are you talking about two? Yahashua, Yahweh? Do you have two? Or are we talking about the same one, Genesis 1:1, just putting Yah back there instead of God? Are we talking about the same one, or are you talking about two?
Okay, whoa. Some people call him Yahushai, some people call him Yahushua. As long as it ain't Jesus, I'm good with him, because you got to understand something, brother. There's such a thing called dialect. So that means a person from England may not pronounce Dion the way that I do. He may call me Dion or Dion. You understand what I mean? That's dialect. That's not calling him out of his name. Yeshua is not the same as Jesus, which is son of Zeus. Those are distinct names. But Yahushua, Yeshua, Yahushai, those are all talking about the same name, just different.
Who is that? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about the son of the Elohim.
That's not the Elohim. I mean, that's a definition of God, Elohim, but he's not the Elohim then? Do you have one, brother, or do you have two is the question.
Do we have two what? Two gods?
Do you? Yeah, well, again, Father, Son. Is that two in your mind in reference to Daniel 9:24?
I'm gonna have to intervene. We getting too far off the beaten path.
Yeah, if you're asking me the Trinity question, I could.
No, brother.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The Messiah is the Elohim. He's the Father.
Hold on for 1 second. Hold on.
Go ahead, brother.
All right, so we getting too far off the beaten path here. I don't want this to turn into a discussion on semantics and names.
Right.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do. We gonna move on to the brother Yashadek, who's been sitting here very patiently waiting his turn to speak. All right. So brother Yashadek, you can unmute your mic, brother.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh Elohim is one. First of all, I want to thank y'all for having for this great discussion. I told you I grew up with D. I told you that brother knows a lot, and I want to thank you, D. You truly blessed us, and brother Banya for letting the brother on. This was truly a blessing, y'all. This build, I'd like to even see another one. This was great. This, and you know what this was? It reminded me of y'all was talking about the brother's YouTube channel years ago, and we never got it cracking. And we always talk about getting cracking. It's supposed to be about conversations, because what y'all had was conversations that he and I have and have had over the years. Absolutely. And we wanted people to be able to listen in to our conversations and as we study. And today was the perfect example of how it should be. Right. We're gonna have to get it cracking again. You know what I mean?
You're right.
We're gonna have to get this cracking again, and but we'll talk about this later on over the air. Man. It was definitely a blessing to hear, and so that's all I got to say for now, because I'm done.
Man, I forgot what I'm gonna say. This is just an example, man. I would have loved to be a fly in the room in some of those conversations.
Let me tell you something, brother. They be there. We started the math about what, 20 years ago, D?
Yeah.
We started doing these math. We started the math work, and I'm not a mathematician by far. And D will come up with all these crazy computations and equations. But let me tell you something. In the beginning, the first ones we did, they always came up to 2-1. They always came up to 2019 and 2023.
Yep. That's a fact. I can
That's
attest
a fact.
That's a fact. And it was deep though, because you pointed this out to me, which I thought was one of the most missed things of this awakening, particularly as it closed down in 2019. As you said, look, the prophecy says that the Messiah wouldn't come back until the gospel was preached into the whole world, right? Mm-hmm. He made that clear to me that every nation on earth in 2019 marked the culmination of the 400-year stay of the Hebrews in America.
Yep.
All we're talking about is the 400th year of African Americans being enslaved.
And every time a nation announced it, I would call you, D, this one did it. D, that one did it.
And I'm like, that's the gospel. Because
there you go. There you go. See, and that's awesome, because that's what we've been trying to get across all along, that this was the good news.
this was the
what our
good
people
news.
was looking for. This is delivery out of the hands of our enemies and all those that hate us.
That's right.
And also is that, moving forward, you typically if it's something that's false, you receive evidence that something is off. But God keeps confirming that this 400-year captivity is what it is.
Exactly right. And it can't be changed. Like I said, this thing has been prepared before we were a nation, before this place was a nation. And as you can see, even this captivity and the deliverance of it. You think about what he says. You think about what he says in Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, where he says that these people who call themselves Jews, and he says that, and he know our tribulation. He said, but I'm gonna have them come and worship at your feet, and you'll know that I have loved you. So you think about that, to where he has prepared such I ain't gonna say marvelous, because words can't describe it, but it's such a beyond spectacular way that he's going to deliver us, to where we're going to surmise at the end of that he always loved us. He's saying, in a way in which I come and get you, you're going to know I love you. There will be no doubt that you know I love you. That's why he said, eyes have not heard, or eyes have not seen the things that he had for us. And then it talks about the Most High going to do a marvelous work in your day. Where's that scripture at, Al?
I can't wait.
A marvelous work in your day. And he says that even though you hear about it, you ain't gonna believe it.
Hey, everybody in the chat, man. Can we get a let us go?
Oh yeah.
Go in the chat. Let us go. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Hold on. There we go. All right. Can we get a let us go in the chat? Let us go.
Let it go.
Thank you.
This is our theme, D. This is our theme. And even when you see it on my Facebook page, we always we put this, let us go. We letting Pharaoh know, let us go. We are the Moseses telling him, let us go. Because we know that they're listening and on all our conversations. We know that Esau just can't help himself. So in the meantime, we just tell him, let us go.
So what I want to do, I want to give you brothers a final word before we close down.
Beautiful. If I may, I wanted to close out with a passage from Revelation that I thought encapsulates what I would say the apprehension our people have about going back to Jerusalem and going back to the land of our fathers. And it tells you, which I thought is beautiful, right? And it tells you here in chapter 21, he says, I saw a new heaven. This is John. I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And John, saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down from Yah out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, behold, the tabernacle of Yah is with men, and he will dwell with them. And they shall be his people, and Yah himself shall be with them, and they be their Elohim. And he shall wipe away all their tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, no sorrow, no crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. And I thought that that was fitting for us to understand that even though there's going to be a whole lot of violence, bloodshed, and chaos and mayhem going on over there, this is a part of what he prepared for us. Remember, Mashiach said that. My Father's house, there are many mansions. So when we look at this generation, remember, we get a bird's eye view of everything the people of the prophets, the forefathers, they all long to be in this day when the Most High and the Messiah comes in his glory and the kingdom is given over to the saints. Because all they went on was the fall of Adam, and that's basically what's been with us ever since. Mashiach created the way to get to this place we're embarking on. And this block, like I said, it's beyond anything you and I could ever imagine. He going to have it. Think about that. That big old war where he talks about Hamongong, Valley of the Dead, and all of that. With it, imagine that. A new Jerusalem sitting down right in that spot, right on top of it, as we look from Mount Olive with our white robes on. And I close there. So just keep the faith, brother, because we're almost there. Brothers and sisters, keep the faith. We are almost there. All this stuff going on in the world, your redemption draweth nigh. Don't get it twisted. And remember, he comes like a thief. So this is why we need to be ready. And these discussions need to keep us ready, because there's going to be a lot of things happening on the earth, particularly in the upcoming days, that a lot of men going to have heart attacks over. And go ahead, brother. Go ahead, Al. I mean, Yashadiq, man, I love you, man. And I'm glad you came on with me, man. That's definitely a blessing, because it's nostalgic in our studies. We should ours the same way.
Amen.
Amen.
Go ahead.
I just want to I want to thank everybody in the chat. I want to thank Brother Banya for bringing you on, Brother D. I want to thank you for these teachings, and I want to give a shout out to our other brothers, Brother Najee, Brother Cleo, Brother Elias Shah, my other two brothers, our brothers, Brother Kadar, Brother Ebri, and all the people that are out here pushing this work for the Most High. It wouldn't be possible. This awakening wouldn't be possible without any of y'all, especially you in the chat. You in the chat inspire us to go further. You cause us to build even deeper in the words with your intellectual questions and everything about that. All praises to the Most High. Everybody have a blessed rest of Shabbat Shalom.
Hallelujah. Thank
you. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brother Diontoli, and Brother Yashadek. Your brother Banya signing out with that. Walk in faith, walk in grace, and walk in obedience, Israel. Shabbat Shalom and blessings.
Shalom, family.